Good morning. How are we, people? Hope you're all doing well. First the worst, Bad Daza, how are you, sir? Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great birthday yesterday, Bad Daza. Then Katie comes in. How are you, my darling? Second is the best. You're right, Katie. How are you? Sarah P in the house. How are you, Sarah P? Hope you are doing well. Obviously, if you'd like to support the channel, happy days. That is my sports channel as well. Happy days. If you have not subscribed yet. Yeah, Trucker, hello to you. Hope you're doing well. RIP Athena, you are right. You are correct. Sasmas, hello. Top of the morning to you. Hope everything's well over there in sunny Ireland. It's gorgeous here in the UK. Rhonda, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're doing well. And of course, you're usually first. I screwed up today. Good morning, darling. No worries at all. You're never in my bad books, Rhonda. The rest of them are, but you never are. So there you go. Katie's repeat again. There you go, my darling. 4 minutes early. Yeah, well, there was movement in the court, so I was like, you know what, might as well go live so we can see what's going on. And you see Bad Daza is in the house. Also, I've done, hello, Sherry Berry. I did message you back today. I finally messaged you back. What a beautiful photo of beautiful family, Sherry Berry. Lovely to see that. Thanks for sharing that with me. You all have your windows open over there. It's so cold. Oh, we have to have our windows open. My windows are wide open. So I've already done 10,500 steps today. So I've nearly done 5 miles walking today. I'll do a little bit more just because I'm in the groove. Do you know what I mean? I'll do a little bit more whilst I'm streaming. But yeah, I've done 10.5 already. I do need to get a shower though. I've not had a chance to have a shower yet. So we'll get the stream going. I might do a little bit more walking, then I'll have a shower. I'll take you guys with me, obviously. And we'll take it from there. Hello, Robin G. How are you? Hope you're doing well as well. Just listening. Hello, good morning, Neil. How are you, Neil? Good, Neil? Right, I'll show you what's going on in court so we can all see it. Josie said, perfect time to start. There you go, Josie. Hot mama. Hang on. There she is. That's our hot mama. Right. They have just that. I'll switch it when I get a chance to Court TV, but here we go.
There he is. Mr. He's coming in the courtroom. So and like I said, this judge runs a very tight ship. So I expect to get underway probably at 9 o'clock on the dot.
Yeah, Mr. Horner has been in jail.
Ms. Anderson, it's my understanding we need to rearrange the defendant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Pierce?
Yes, sir.
In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury for the county of the state of Texas duly selected, impaneled, sworn, charged, and organized as such during the January term AD 2023 of the 271st Judicial District Court for said county. Upon their oaths present in and to said court at said term that Tanner Lynn Horner, hereinafter style defendant, on or about the 30th day of November 2022, and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, Athena Strand, by strangling and or smothering and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with the defendant's hand, the defendant's foot, and or the defendant's body, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit kidnapping of Athena Strand, and signed against the peace and dignity of the state by the foreperson of the grand jury. To the charge of capital murder, you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea? Okay. If you plead guilty, there are certain things I need to ask you. If you have any reservations or questions, I want you to talk to your lawyers before you answer them. Okay. You understand that if you plead guilty,
this absolves or relieves the state of having to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
At some point in the future of this trial, I would give the jury an instruction to find you guilty, and they would find you guilty, and that would take care of the first phase of the first phase of the trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
The jury is then allowed, or the jury will be allowed, if I accept your plea, to listen to all of the evidence at one time. And then all of that evidence would be used by them in determining the appropriate punishment. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because anybody has promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because people have given you any hope of parole or hope of pardon or persuasion to plead guilty?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Counsel, are you satisfied as to your client's mental competence to make this plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he been able to work with you, and do you believe he has a rational understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
And has he been able to work with you to provide assistance of counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you accept this plea of guilty, if you plead guilty, you will do this in the presence of the jury, and I will give the jury basically the same instructions that I have just given you.
Yes, sir.
Is this your final decision, is that you wish to plead guilty in the presence of the jury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, I will accept your plea. Okay, thank you. All right, there are matters that we need to place in the record that we talked about yesterday off of the record. Ms. Anderson, I'm going to let you handle this part.
Okay. Judge, we received several different notices from the state regarding their intent to use certain evidence as they're in the guilt innocence phase as well as the punishment phase. As we know now, there is not going to be a guilt phase, and so we need to address the issues regarding the punishment phase. There were, like I said, 3 separate notices, and what we would like to do is to go through each of the notices and each of the items that the state anticipates that they will offer during punishment and get a ruling from this court as to their admissibility. And granted, there are some that I do feel are relevant and admissible during punishment. However, we believe that the state has crossed the line in some of their notices, especially when it comes to Tanner's private sexual life, the relationship between him and his wife, and how they express their love for each other. And then there are some other things that I think cross the line that is just, 13-year-old boy humor. And so we would like, those are the main things that we wanted to address with the court.
Are there specific paragraphs in the state's notice that you have particular objections about?
Yes, Your Honor.
And tell me which one that you're looking at.
And number 33?
Is this in the first notice?
Correct. This is
Okay.
in the first notice that was originally tendered on Friday, September 26, 2025.
Okay, let me find it. On or about January 12th, 2022, in Tarrant or Parker County, the defendant reposted in a Facebook message. Is that the one?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Berry.
Yes, sir. With regard to that particular one, it's just one of a series of posts and different things that were put forth by the defendant in his Facebook that shows preoccupation with sexual things, inappropriate sexual deviancy, things that wouldn't be put out to the public, because just generally they're disgusting and offensive, and sexually provocative. And so therefore, I believe that it is a proper bad act that can be proved up in punishment.
It is also protected speech by the First Amendment.
Understand. Do you have any other particular paragraphs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Number 34.
Mr. Berry, same response?
Yes, sir.
Number 35.
With regard to number 35, Your Honor, there are specific messages that go along with the screenshot that was sent, talking about a young lady that was engaged in a sexual act with the defendant and his girlfriend / fiance. I know she's been referred to as his wife, and I want to correct that. They were never married. They were engaged. So I don't want that to be an issue in this trial. But with regard to that, we do believe that's a bad act that can be proven up.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, any more?
Yes, Your Honor. Number 36.
Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, and in addition to that, and there are several others that I'm sure that we're going to address, that includes admissions of drug use along with the solicitation of a sexual act.
Okay. Ms. Anderson?
And Judge, for the purposes of this section, I'm just going to focus on the things related to the sexual activities.
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm not waiving any objections to any of the other.
Absolutely.
Okay. Number 38.
Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Number 42.
You know what? I'm going to grant your objection on 38.
Number 42.
Okay. Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I would point out that the girl that is displayed in number 42 does not look unlike our victim in this case.
And Your Honor, I would like to point out that the person represented in number 42 is an adult.
I understand.
And just because she is blonde, it doesn't mean that she resembles the deceased.
Okay. Next point.
Number 43.
All right.
Number 56.
All right.
Number 60.
Okay.
Number 63.
Okay.
Number 64.
All right.
Number 72.
All right.
And that is it for that particular notice.
Okay. Those objections will be overruled. And as they come up, you may have a running objection to their admissibility if they're played in the presence of the jury.
And Your Honor, may I place my argument against their admissibility on the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, what happens in someone's bedroom stays in someone's bedroom. That is between them and consenting adults. The Supreme Court has consistently held that our private lives are our private lives, and they cannot be used as an aggravator in a capital murder case. In the case Andrew v. White, recently the U.S. Supreme Court held that the due process clause can be violated by going into unnecessary and duplicative and multiple incidents that really bear no relevance. In that particular case, upon conviction, the prosecutors talked about the defendant in pejorious terms, called her a whore, called her a slut, held up her underwear in front of the jury. And this is in a capital murder case. They paraded some of her former lovers in to talk about their infidelities. And the Supreme Court said, wait a minute, that's not right. That there can be things that are so prejudicial that they render the punishment phase of a capital trial fundamentally unfair. And that's what we're talking about here. If all of this is admitted, that does render the capital or the punishment phase of this capital trial fundamentally unfair. Now, in the Andrew case, what they were looking for was, with regards to victim impact statements, they asked about that being a categorical bar because of the prejudicial value of them. And I agree with the Supreme Court in that regard, in that there should not have been a per se bar, that it's going to be done on a case-by-case basis and things like that. However, the Supreme Court went on to say that even though we're not going to give you the categorical bar for the victim impact statements, the due process clause is still in effect. And we look at the cumulative nature of the evidence, and we determine whether or not the cumulative nature of that evidence renders a verdict and a trial fundamentally unfair. Quite frankly, Your Honor, these are irrelevant. They are here for no other purpose than to inflame the passions of the jury and to allow the state to make those ridiculous comparisons saying, oh, they're blonde, therefore it must be the decedent, or reminds them of the decedent. Fundamental fairness. And this is not anything new. The Supreme Court has held on numerous occasions that when you have this accumulation of prejudicial evidence that the state brings, that they have crossed the line, that renders a case fundamentally unfair, and the Supreme Court has reversed convictions numerous times based on that. And so that's why we're asking that this not be allowed in. If you want to pick a few and say, you know what, bring that in. You know what, bring that one in. But the cumulative nature of the instances that they are trying to bring in is just fundamentally unfair, especially when you're talking about things that occurred between consenting adults. There is no crime against having a threesome. There is no crime in trying to find somebody else to have a threesome. There is no crime in bragging about your sexual escapades. I mean, if our president can brag about it and do his locker room talk, then, and that's not, held against him, then why should that be used as an aggravator in a capital case to try to give Mr. Horner the death penalty? And that's what we're talking about. This is a life and death situation. And when we're talking about fundamental fairness, it is exceptionally and incredibly more important in a capital case because we don't get do-overs if he's executed. And so that's why we're asking that if you're not willing to exclude all, then you need to at least exclude some to take away the taint of the fundamental unfairness.
Your argument is received and the ruling remains the same. Are there on the other notices, do we need to address any of them in the other notices?
There will be some, Your Honor.
Do you want to wait until they come up and address them as they come up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that will be the best for the ones in the supplemental notice from November the 19th of 2025. And that also might be best for the second supplemental notice for December 8th.
Does the state anticipate having any of that testimony today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we can address that as it gets closer?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And Your Honor, I believe the state had indicated that the majority of these others would be coming in the form of their expert witness. And so what I will do is I will reserve my objections to these other ones and address them as they arise.
okay,
Your Honor, with regard, I just don't want there to be any mistake. I mean, the second supplemental notice, those are items that will come in, not the second supplemental, the first supplemental notice, the one that's in the middle. Those are items that are going to come in through the victims and the extraneous victims.
understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not through an expert.
Right, I understand,
No, I
yeah,
was referring to the rest of them in the
Okay.
first notice.
yeah, I'm with you, okay. Anything else we need to do before we break to open the courtroom to let everybody get seated?
Judge, we do need to re-urge our motion for continuance.
Okay, that's tonight. Anything else?
How long do you think it will take? Because I have to go to the war room and grab something.
Let's shoot for 9:20. That's 10 minutes. Would that give you enough time? Okay, 9:20, everybody.
Right. I'll move myself first from that. Fine. I came back because I knew they were finishing, so I'll be walking for a little bit as well. So just if you're new here, the defendant has pled guilty. So we're now moving into the punishment phase. So let me get the punishment phase up and down. Let me get that open, and then we'll be good to go. So it's still going to take weeks upon weeks, this trial, because it's just now all about the DP, the death penalty, nothing else. Hello, Miss Watts, Miss Watts 7. Hello to you. No worries at all, my darling. So, in fairness, people, let's just be honest here, right? I think this is a good move for the defendant, because I think that I don't think the jury will now hear everything, not the extent that they would have, if that makes sense. So the original trial, Lady Di, was supposed to last 4 weeks, as in trial and sentencing. I imagine they will still take a week, possibly, because you talk about death penalty, do you know what I mean? So they will all have different types of experts. They're going to fight about whether he's disabled, whether he's not. So might not be weeks, but I suspect it's going to be a week. So, but we'll see. Hopefully not. Hopefully 2 days. But if you remember, there was a trial in Florida, and they were doing the sentencing aspect of it, and I think it took like 7 or 8 days just for the evidence to go in. So you've got to remember that there's currently no evidence in front of the jury. So I imagine they need to have some evidence. So, yeah, we'll see. They got 2 questions to answer, if you remember. So the fact that they won't hear all of what happened that day probably means that he's got more of a likelihood not to get the death penalty, which is probably why he did this, because it's a better opportunity for him. But just remember as well, all 12 jurors need to unanimously vote for him to receive the death penalty. If it's 11-1, he doesn't receive the death penalty. So it has to be unanimous. Just short of 11,000 steps so far. Hello, Sue. How are you, my darling? So yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, where is that gone? Bye. Where's my notes yesterday that I did? Let's go back and review my notes, shall we? Because I'm awesome like that. Let's do this then. Is this the one? I think so. Here we go. Oops, sorry. Yes, Florida is now 8-12 since Nicholas Cruz's trial, where he was like, what was it, 10 against, or was it 9 against 3 or something? Right. So just a reminder, Texas capital punishment laws. So he is being tried for this because of this kidnapping and also murder of a child under the age of 10. So those are basically the reasons why he is up for the death penalty. So sentencing and punishment. So this is the phase we're at. Capital murder is a capital felony. If the state seeks the death penalty, a jury decides guilt in the first phase. If guilty, which now we are now in the second phase, a separate punishment phase follows with special issues, e.g. future dangerousness and mitigating factors. Possible sentences, death. So he is either going to have death by lethal injection or life without parole. Those are the only two options he's got. Death by lethal injection or life without parole. Jury requirement. Only a unanimous jury can impose death. The process includes weighing aggravating and mitigating circumstances. So his defense is one of the best defenses in Texas because they are appropriately qualified to handle death penalty cases. So there's only a small amount of attorneys that can handle death penalty cases, and this team is one of those. And by all accounts, they're very, very good. In cases like Tanner Horner, which is this one, prosecutors can seek death due to the qualifying factors. Outcome depends on jury findings and the punishment phase law can involve. So they need to find that he will not be. Will he be a danger to society? If that's a yes, they move on to the next one. And basically, so if the defense can show that he is autistic to any degree, then they then have to decide whether that is something they can vote on. Because technically, if he's got any kind of disability or any mitigating circumstances, then legally he shouldn't be. They shouldn't have the death penalty imposed on them. That's why they're going for the autistic approach on this. That's why you're going to have so many experts in this case. And he gets an automatic direct appeal if he is found, to go on a death row. The fun has arrived. Motherfucker. Oops, we did say you'd be late. And you were. So there you go. That's everything. There's not much more than that I can explain to you. So the jury will have 2 questions to answer, and those are the 2 questions. And there you go. Let's get the party started. Bex has arrived. Do me a favor, if you haven't liked the stream, please like it. Please like the stream. Today, let's show you my walking steps today. I have done 10,860 steps so far today. I did 11,662 yesterday as well. So you must eat in peace. That's fine, Erin Hack. You go and eat. I've not eaten yet today. I got my coffee though. My first coffee of the day. Let's put a poll up. Let's put a poll up and see how many of you would lie. Right, let's put a poll up. Not that kind of poll, RP. Don't get excited. Would you ever be comfortable in sending someone to death? Maybe I've worded that incorrectly, but it's a question. It's a conversation. Conversation starter. Josie gets my sense of humour. Not many people do, actually, but Josie does. I was up bright and early. Then my youngest asked me to watch dinosaurs with him, and we both KO. That's fine. That's fine. Well, that means no. That means no, then, doesn't it? If you don't know, then it's a no. At the minute, because you just don't know. I don't know if I would be. I'd vote no. I really don't think I would be, but I don't know until I do it. Here we go.
Before we proceed, there's one other thing we need to cover. Okay. And that is, looking at the composition of the gallery, I would say about 80% of the people in the gallery are wearing pink. And pink is the signature color of the decedent in this case, Athena Strand. And they have been asked repeatedly over the last 3 years to do pink outs, wear pink in support of Athena. And so we just want the record to reflect the number of people that are here in the gallery that are wearing pink, just in case it becomes an issue later on.
I don't see anything in the clothing that indicates any type of advocating for a certain position or anything like that. So your notice is noted. Are we ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
You ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to work.
Hey, Judge.
Just right here. Yeah. All rise for the jury, please. Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. I apologize for the delay. I need all of you to raise your right hands for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Tanner Lane Horner, you are a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? I do. All right, everyone may be lower your hand. Mr. Horner, if you would stand, please. Mr. Berry, you may arraign the defendant.
Thank you. May it please the court?
Yes, sir.
In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury for the county of Wise, state of Texas, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, charged, and organized as such during the January term AD 2023 of the 271st Judicial District Court for said county. Upon their oaths, present in and to said court at said term that Tanner Lynn Horner, hereinafter styled defendant, on or about the 30th day of November 2022, and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, Athena Strand, by strangling and or smothering and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with the defendant's hand, the defendant's foot, and or the defendant's body. And the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit kidnapping of Athena Strand, and signed against the peace and dignity of the state by the foreperson of the grand jury.
Mr. Horner, to the charge of capital murder, you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you. I will accept your plea. You may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when a defendant pleads guilty to an offense, I have done admonishments to him outside of your presence and am satisfied that this guilty plea is given freely and voluntarily. So as we get into the trial, I will give you an instruction at the appropriate time for you to find him guilty. Okay? There will no longer be a first phase of the trial where you will be determining whether or not guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. I will give you an instruction to find him guilty. So now your sole duty will be to listen to all of the evidence that is going to be presented to you, because you will be using that evidence to determine the proper punishment to be assessed. You will hear the evidence in the same manner, I anticipate, had Mr. Horner pled not guilty. You may use that evidence in your determination in answering the questions that we talked about to you in the individual jury selection interviews, okay? So I just wanted to let you know, you're going to hear the evidence, but you're only going to be dealing with punishment, all right? State wishes to make an opening statement.
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Stanton. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object showing evidence in opening statements.
That's overruled.
We'll change of plans this morning. Welcome. Thank you for all for being here. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is what this case is about, right here. You know, when I looked at this case, most lawyers, when they have these types of cases, they have kind of a theme of the case, something that sits with them, something that touches them here. And in this case, I looked at Paul in 2 Corinthians when he said, Satan masquerades as an angel of light. And that's what we have here. Let me tell you a little bit about what you're going to see today, what you're going to see over the next few weeks. We're going to present all the same evidence that you would have seen before in guilt, but that's going to be expanded to include the punishment evidence as well. So you're going to get it all in one package. Okay. Let me tell you how this is going to begin. What we're going to start with first is we're going to introduce you to Athena, which is the most important thing, and that's the reason why we're here. So let me give you a little evidence here. Athena's last day. She was in school. She was in Miss Thompson's first grade class. She had a rough day that day, and you'll hear Miss Thompson talk about that. She's strong-willed, very precocious. She's 7. Miss Thompson's going to talk to you a little bit about that last day and tell you what went on and why that's important. You've heard that name over and over, Athena Strand. Born May 23rd, 2015. It's sad that we have to talk about a child in the past tense, who she was, what she liked, who were her friends, who were her parents. It's sad that we have to have this discussion, but that's the evidence that we have to bring you. That's the evidence that's important. Now, in this particular case, I'll tell you a little bit about this picture. Athena had just gotten back from spending some time at her mom's house in Oklahoma. 4 days before she was murdered is when that picture was taken by her mother. Now, November 30th, 2022 is a Wednesday. Kids have just gotten back from Thanksgiving break. Any of y'all have ever been in school, you know that that's a bit of a chaotic time for a teacher. They just got back, and what are they looking forward to? Christmas, right? And who's arriving for Christmas? What I like to call the modern day Santa Claus. Amazon, right? FedEx, UPS, all of the people that we look forward to. And even us as adults, I know for me personally, I look forward to motorcycle parts. And I know my wife looks forward to things like essential oils and devotional books. I know those things. And like I said, that's why I refer to it as the modern day Santa Claus. And I was going to try to do this without my glasses, but it is not working. So here's the way this is going to happen. When Tanner Horner rolled up that day, he rolled up alone. He rolled up bringing what we thought would be joy and happiness and a package. And you're going to see the package and you're going to see what he was bringing. Why wouldn't Athena be happy to see the FedEx guy, right? He's got a Walmart box. Well, that's not what he brought that day. What you're going to see is that he brought violence, fear, and death. That's what he brought with him. He did not bring with him the joy and happiness that the delivery drivers normally bring. So first off, I want to apologize to y'all for what we're going to have to bring you. The evidence in this case is rough. It is not what I want to show anyone, but it's what's required. It's what's required to show you what he did. And I want to apologize to you now. We're going to do our very best to limit it, to provide you what you need. But I'm the kind of DA, I'm going to bring you all the evidence. Okay? And I feel like it's important you know the complete story. Now, we know a little bit now about Athena, and you're going to hear about her. What about Tanner Horner? Tanner Horner shows up, delivers a package, leaves with Athena. Now, I'm going to put you as close as you can be without actually being there that day. We have video of it, and we're going to show it to you. Now, you may be thinking, wow, maybe we have video of the whole thing. Nope. Somebody covered up the camera because they don't want you to see. Guess what? Audio is still running, and you're going to hear it. You're going to hear what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound child. And when I say it's horrible, I mean it. I've been doing this 25 years, and I promise you, buckle up. Now, the important part of this is What's the truth? It's time to get to the truth. The only truthful thing that Tanner Horner told law enforcement was that he killed her. The pattern and web of lies that he put together, it's going to be hard for y'all to keep up with. It is lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. We have lies about what we did the day before. We have lies about what we did the day of. We have lies about where her body was. We have lies about whether or not she was clothed or not. We have lies and lies and lies. It is hard to keep up with. The only thing he told the truth about was he killed her. So you're going to hear multiple stories. None of them are true. What's the story that was told in the beginning? That he hit her with a truck. That he somehow freaked out because he thought he was going to lose his job or she was going to tell on him. He picked her up, still freaked out, and killed her. That is an absolute lie. There is no truth to that in any form or fashion. None. Zero, zip, not no truth to that whatsoever. In fact, the first words out of Tanner Horner's mouth, whenever the ranger first encountered him, the ranger says, "Is she alive?" And he says, "She wasn't alive when I put her in the truck." I'll tell you right now, you're going to see right up front here, she was very much alive and very much uninjured when he put her in the truck. Let me tell you something stuck with me here, what you're going to hear when we get to that video. First thing Tanner Horner says to Athena when he picks her up and puts her in that truck, he leans down and he says, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." Says that twice. You're going to hear it. We're going to put it on screen for you. That's the first thing out of his mouth. He made good on it. Now, where do we go from there? Now, you're going to be able to hear it all on audio. But I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing you're going to hear that is something that you can't unhear is the level of fight that a 7-year-old girl has when she's facing down certain death. We talk about warriors in America. I'll tell you, that little girl right there is a warrior. She fought with the strength of 100 men. Three days later, we catch up. 3 days later, they took us. What's Tanner Horner during all this time? Good question, right? What's he doing? He's delivering packages just like normal. Made it to work right on time. Made sure that he got the same FedEx truck so we could have his mobile crime scene with him the entire day. This is planning. This is preparation. He knew what was going on. He drove through the scene that day. He drove right through the scene that day. You're going to have video from his truck driving right through that scene, right where he kidnapped her, right where he took her away, and talking to people. What happened? What went on? What happened? In the same truck he killed her in. This is the level of cold-heartedness that you're going to see. Now, we finally locate her. And how do we locate her? Hundreds and hundreds of law enforcement personnel. Canines, dogs, thermal imaging. The ranger had helicopters moving 24/7 looking for her, searching for her, all believing that they were going to find her alive. Where did we find her? We found her at a place called Bobo Crossing. Now, I grew up in Wise County, and I lived not too far away from where her body was dumped. And I have no idea why they call it Bobo Crossing. I haven't found anybody who knows why they call it Bobo Crossing, but that's what they call it. It's probably got a county road number, but nobody knows what it is. People just know what this is. It's a little bit south of Boyd, off of Highway 730. We'll show you some maps. But that's where we found her. We found her where he pitched her off naked in the water. That's where we found her. How did we get to that point? Well, it wasn't without a lot of hard work by the FBI, Texas Rangers, Wise County Sheriff, deputies. We finally locate her. But how did we get to locate her? Well, Tanner Horner made it as difficult as possible to locate her. Again, with more lies upon lies upon lies. Where's her body? Where's her body? It's over here. It's over here. So on and so forth. It's just too much to keep up with, to be honest with you. So many lies. But we find her body. And you know, throughout this whole time when we're looking for the body, you know, when we ask people what happened, you know, sometimes they take responsibility. Not this guy. Every part of that, even before we found her body, is woe is me. Worried about what's going to happen to me. Worried about why I'm not going to see my kid again. Worried about me. Selfish. We haven't even found her body yet, and he's worried about that. But he's so concerned about diverting law enforcement from what's going on. So concerned from diverting law enforcement from deciphering just simply where her body is, that he conjures a whole other persona out of thin air. And all the ranger had to do is look over at him and say, hey, I want to talk to the other guy. Okay, we'll talk to the other guy and we'll tell you what happened. But that other guy lies as much as it was before. And that's the problem with all of this. We finally find her body, and here's what you're going to see once we find her body. Now, this is where we start getting into punishment. Obviously, the judge has already talked to you about, at some point, he's going to instruct you to find him guilty in that particular case. We're going to talk to you a little bit about punishment. Now, I hadn't planned on talking about change of events. Got to switch gears. What does punishment look like? Well, we have DNA. Not only do we have initial DNA from Athena that has Tanner Horner's DNA under her fingernails, we also have DNA, Tanner Horner's DNA, in places where you shouldn't find DNA on a 7-year-old girl. We're going to take you back in time. We're going to show you what Tanner Horner did to prepare for this, covering up the camera, setting this up. And he was there 24 hours before on the same road at a different house with a different girl. It looks eerily similar to what you're going to see on Athena's video the night before. Again, preparation, planning. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what you may see in this particular case. We're going to show you the whole video, and we're going to show you how he did it, because I think that's important. It's an hour. It's not 5 minutes. It's an hour. And it's not just one time that he's trying to kill her. It's over and over and over again. You can hear the banging in the truck. You can hear the screams. This is what's coming. It didn't happen fast. Now, when it comes to punishment, you guys know there are 2 questions, right? Future danger mitigation. We talked to them ad nauseum when you guys were doing Fort Iron. I'll submit to you that the level of violence that one person can inflict on a child is important. But you're also going to hear all about this individual. You're also going to hear about past and present. And I submit to you that you're also going to hear a bunch of stuff about how he's got some kind of life problems. He's got some kind of medical problems. He's got some kind of this. He's got some kind of that. I anticipate all of that coming up. I anticipate a long line of experts rolled up in here telling you just about how problematic this guy is. That's what's to be expected. It's all an excuse. Okay? It's all an excuse for somebody who's done this. So I submit to you, when we get to that, it's going to take a little bit. We're going to try to streamline it as much as we can. Okay? but it's important. I'm going to leave you with this. When we talk to people about Athena, I told you in the beginning we have to talk about her in the past tense, which is very sad. Remember why we have to talk about it in the past tense. Today, we're about a month away, a little more than a month away from Athena's birthday. She would have been 11. Would have been 11. She would have been looking forward to summertime. She would have been in the 4th grade. Key word is would. It's in the past tense, and we know why. We're ready to present this case to you. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Judge?
Mr. Goble, we wish to make an opening. I'm sorry?
We wish to make it opening.
Okay, Mr. Goble.
Please, court.
Yes, sir.
Sarah, you can leave it on the easel.
Morning. About this time last year, in the NBA playoffs, there was a player named Tyrese Halliburton. He played for the Indiana Pacers, and they were ranked like 4th in the East, something like that. But he led that team to the finals. It's the best team in the league, the Oklahoma City Thunder. He got him all the way to Game 7, but he was injured. Someone's physically injured, you can see it. You can see him limp. Maybe he had a calf injury. Gets to that Game 7, starts out hot, hits 3 3-pointers, they're winning. He's in the game, they're winning. He's out of the game, they're losing. And then his Achilles snaps. I don't know if you've seen that before, but that's a very visible injury. You can see that tendon go up under the skin. You can see him hit the ground, pound on it, pain, frustration, and you know he's done. Not playing anymore. When someone has a physical injury, we kind of understand. You're not going to run as fast if you're an amputee. You're not going to jump as high. We knew he was playing hurt. We still wanted him to play through it. We still wanted him to win, right? Once that snaps, you know he's done. He's not going to play anymore. I like to say we understand. If you wanted him to win, you're still not happy about it. When someone's brain is what's injured, you don't see it. It's not visible at a glance. We don't treat it the same. We want people to push through it. We want them to be okay. We're talking about a developmental issue, talking about a mental illness, brain damage. Well, you should outgrow that. Everybody's sad sometimes. You got strength, you just use your strength to make up for the deficit. A bone that's 99% unbroken is still a broken bone. It's not going to support the weight. It's not going to do its job. There are experts that can tell you, measure, testing, research, what's wrong with the brain, why it's not functioning the way you expect it to. They can show you causal links between what's wrong with the brain and how someone behaves, why they don't fit in, why they don't function the way someone who doesn't have those deficits functions. But do we really need that? It's not true that we don't know when something's wrong with someone. You know that someone ain't right. They don't pick up on the social cues. They can't solve the problems they should be able to solve with the intelligence they have. They can't put themselves in someone else's shoes the way everyone else does, the way you have to. Tanner's injury actually began before he was born. His mother, God bless her, Melissa Horner, was working as a stripper when she was pregnant. And one of the ways she was able to get on stage and do her job was to drink alcohol. If you're exposed to alcohol prenatally before you're born, it doesn't have to be a lot. It can be in the first trimester. We know now that if it's just in the wrong days of gestation, it will cause permanent injuries. Now, Melissa continued throughout Tanner's life to this day to have issues with substance abuse with the law. So she was not there for him a lot, kind of in and out of her care. His dad unfortunately had similar issues, more legal, more substance abuse, and he wasn't there much either. So he was raised by Jackie Harbison. Jackie is a wonderful grandmother, and she's done the best she can with him. She had him tested at a young age, and the school determined he had Asperger's, which is now considered a form of autism spectrum disorder. Now, autism ranges from some mild quirks, some social issues, things like that, all the way up to being unable to function. That's why they call it a spectrum. Tanner received services throughout his school life, so he was 18. Autism is one of those things, though, that you're taught skills to deal with. It doesn't go away. It's not something you outgrow. A lot of people, as they get to adulthood, have learned skills and are able to cope. You're going to hear evidence about Tanner's autism. Tanner, unfortunately, has also suffered various mental illnesses throughout his life, been diagnosed, he's received treatment for, and some of those are ongoing. We'll hear about those and what issues he has there. And finally, you will hear evidence that Tanner at some point, presumably during his developmental years, was exposed to a massive amount of lead. Testing shows that he has 24 times the amount of lead that a person his age should have in his bones. You don't have to be a scientist or a doctor to know that lead has terrible effects on the brain and on the body. Why does this matter? Well, remember back in the beginning when we were in the group, the judge told you, the state told you, the defense told you how important the presumption of innocence is. How important the state's burden of proof is. They have to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Tanner has done what he can today by pleading guilty, accepting that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Now, I understand I have a different perspective on this because I've represented a lot of defendants who won't do that. The evidence is overwhelming. The state said it's terrible. I hate that we all have to sit there together. But all across America today, there are defendants that are relying on that presumption of innocence and that burden of proof in their cases to try to get a non-guilty verdict, no matter how the evidence is stacked against them. You even heard in that group 4 years that we did, that the state suggested we might try to get a non-capital verdict in this case, unless we included offense. We're not doing any of that. So where does that leave you? We've already talked about it. That's why we spent the time in individual board hour going over everything. You've taken that oath now, that second oath we talked about, to follow the law. And the law in Texas never requires a death penalty. The law in Texas is always satisfied with life without parole.
Objection, argument. Overruled.
Life without parole is a terrible punishment. You are being asked to use your personal moral judgment to apply that special issue number 1 to the evidence that you do here. It's going to take a while. It'll be from both sides. But remember, that's whether or not whether there's a probability that the defendant will commit criminal acts of violence that constitute a continuing threat to society. We believe when you've heard the evidence, you realize that the type of damage that Tanner had to his brain actually makes him a good candidate for structure and rules. It's probably what he's always needed. And when he goes to prison, he will be under threat. He will not be the one threatening you. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that he is a continuing threat to society, then you'll use your personal moral judgment to consider that second question. Whether or not there's a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant a life sentence instead of a death sentence. We talked about that already too. What is a sufficient mitigating circumstance from the evidence? It's whatever you find sufficient to justify a life sentence. Remember, you don't have to agree on why he isn't a continuing threat to society, and you don't have to agree on what a mitigating circumstance is. When you do see this evidence, the break is obvious. The only way to ignore that damage came, or that break came from the damage that was already there, is just like with Halliburton. If you ignore that his calf was already injured, that's how an Achilles tendon snaps. We still expected him to push through and win. We still expected Tanner to push through and be a father and be a productive citizen and be all the things that we wanted him to be. But he just didn't do it. So what I'm asking you to do is to not close your eyes to what you see about who Tanner is and how that applies to those two special issues. Not close your ears and not listen, not pretend that damage to the brain isn't real. Speak up, fulfill your oath, sentence him to life without parole.
Lindsey Thompson.
Lindsey Thompson.
Ms. Thompson, come right here, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have a seat. You raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you testify. And once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? Mr. Staten?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Thompson, would you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the people?
Yes, my name is Lindsey Thompson, Lindsey, Thompson, Thompson.
Ms. Thompson, I noticed you're wearing a green jacket there that has an emblem on it. What's that for?
I am a first grade teacher at Paradise Elementary in Paradise ISD.
Can you tell us a little bit about where Paradise is located?
Paradise is about 40 miles northwest of Fort Worth. A very small town, population under 1,000. Very small schools, one stoplight, your typical small town.
And tell me about Paradise ISD. How many kids do they have, and what size school is it?
UIL classifies us as a 3A district. We have about 100 students per grade level, give or take a little bit.
And you said you're a first grade teacher?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a first grade teacher?
I have been at Paradise ISD this is my 7th year, and prior to that, I was in another district for 5 years teaching first grade.
So you're kind of a permanent first grade teacher.
Yes, I do love first grade.
So in your class, in Ms. Thompson's class, on average, about how many kids do you have in the class?
Between 18 and 20.
Now, I'm going to take you back a little bit, if you will, back to it's been a few years, to the 2022 school year, okay? Were you teaching first grade then?
Yes, I was.
And did you have the same 18 to 20 kids?
Yes, I did.
Now, during that school year, did you have a chance to have a student in your class by the name of Athena Strand?
I did.
And tell me, when did she come to your class?
The first time I met Athena was at Meet the Teacher night. Her stepmom brought her in, and I vividly remember her coming in. She had all of her supplies. She was so excited about being at school. I can just still remember her just standing there, just excited to be there. And that was the first time that I met Athena.
And tell us a little bit about what kind of student was she?
I adored Athena. She was so much fun. She was a free spirit. She loved drawing. She loved to write. She loved to color. She was just your typical, 7-year-old little girl that just loved life. She would come in with, stickers on her hands. She loved to dress up. Like, she truly was a free spirit. Like, there's no other word to describe her. Like, she definitely was a true gem.
I'm going to bet when you say free spirit, is that kind of a nice way of saying that she might have been a little more enthusiastic in your class than some other kids?
Yes. She's one that would stand up for herself, and she would speak her mind when she wanted to. She loved to talk and socialize with her friends. But that's just who made her who she was.
So let me ask you, how long, you said it was Meet the Teacher night. When does Meet the Teacher night normally happen?
In August, like about the week before school starts.
And then she was in your class through when?
November 30th, 2022.
Now, just so that we're clear, can you describe her physically for the jury?
Yes, she was thin and petite. She had blonde hair that sometimes she'd wear up, but most of the time it was down, wavy. She had perfect color skin, but she was always smiling.
Judge Matt?
Yes.
Show you 2 pictures. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And these are states 1 and 2. Who is that in that picture?
And that is Athena Strand.
Is that what she looked like the last time you saw her?
Yes.
So is that in states 1 and 2?
Have you seen it tender it to the
Oh, I'm
defense?
sorry, you did.
Tender it to defense?
Oh,
How old would you, Your Honor, if we could just?
Sure.
I thought we had it on drive. I'm sorry.
Okay.
States exhibits 1 and 2 are exhibits.
We published 1 and 2.
Yes. Can all of the members of the jury see the
Oh,
display
yes.
board?
Sorry.
No. Can all the members see the display board? Okay.
All right, well, when the computer figures itself out, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
All right. Let me go. Let me ask you, let me take you to November of 2022 in any given school year. What is going on in November of 22 in any given school year in Ms. Thompson's first grade class?
Well, at the end of November, we are getting ready for Christmas. So it's a little bit chaotic, but everyone is super excited about Christmas coming. So we're doing Christmas crafts, writing Santa letters, just all the fun things that bring magic to first graders back at school.
You said that's at the end, right? Do you have some type of Thanksgiving break in the middle?
We do, yes.
And so let me take you to November of 2022. Do you remember when Thanksgiving break was that year?
It would have been the week before November 30th.
Okay. So let's talk about a couple of things. Thanksgiving break, obviously good for students and teachers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you, what is it like when kids come back from that Thanksgiving break?
It's a little bit chaotic, just because they know Christmas is coming. So they're just super excited. And so we, do lots of different activities to keep them engaged and still, ready to learn. Yes.
You said that after Thanksgiving break is we start looking towards Christmas. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about another time during school, and it's something that is commonly called Red Ribbon Week. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what Red Ribbon Week is.
Red Ribbon Week is a week where it usually falls around Halloween, but we focus on making good choices, whether it be who we interact with, things we put in our body. It's, like I said, it's around Halloween, so we talk a lot about, the candy that you have in your basket. Make sure that your parent checks that before, but it's really just about safety and being aware of your surroundings and teaching kids that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Tell me what you noticed about that picture.
She is wearing her Hocus Pocus shirt, and she did love Halloween and loved dressing up.
So was Athena in your class after you come back from Thanksgiving break?
She was.
And doing those activities you talked about?
Yes.
And was she there during Red Ribbon Week that year?
Yes, she was.
Judge it for me. Show you the report, State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a journal entry from Athena's journal.
And how do you know that's from Athena's journal?
The following day after she was found, I looked in her journal at school, and this was the last entry in her journal.
And you recognize that as her journal?
Yes, it is.
Take me down to Mid-States 4.
And this one will object hearsay, relevance, or prejudicial, probative, and due process.
Objections overruled. State's Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Ms. Thompson, you said something about
You knew when exactly that you noticed this in her journal. When exactly was that?
It would have been on December 1st, 2022.
And we know Athena was murdered on November 30th.
Yes.
What day was that you found that?
It was Saturday, December 1st.
So at that point, we hadn't found her yet, had we?
No, sorry. It was on Saturday, December 2nd.
December 2nd?
Yes, sorry.
So have we found her body by that time?
Yes.
Okay, and you're up at school and you're looking?
Yes.
And in that particular journal week, you said that, is that during Red Ribbon Week?
Yes, that was something we wrote during Red Ribbon Week.
And I'm not gonna have you read it exactly, but what is What is Athena learning in that journal entry that day?
She is learning to stay away from strangers.
Stranger danger.
Yes.
And as part of her schoolwork and stuff during that week in that journal entry, what's going on during that? What are the students learning about?
They are learning about just staying safe, whether it be with interaction with other people or things that they're putting into their bodies. Just learning how to be safe as a child.
And part of that would be staying away from strangers.
Yes.
Or people that children know are strangers.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to take you to the end of November, on Monday, November 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Were you in school that day?
Yes.
Was Athena in school that day?
Yes, she was.
I think you talked a minute ago how you guys were doing Christmas stuff.
Yes.
How far away from Christmas break at that time?
About 3 weeks.
Judge, can we publish states 4?
Sure.
Is this what you were talking about before?
Yes.
Is her writing?
Yes.
And that was the last writing she had in your class?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about that last week. Okay. So Monday is the 28th.
Yes.
And I'm going to take you to that Wednesday, November 3rd. Was Dina also in your class that day?
She was.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of things here, and just to verify this. When we show you States Exhibit 1, that picture of her, or States 2 in her hocus pocus, is that what she looked like on that day?
Yes.
And when I tell you, and I use the term mandatory reporter, do you know what that means?
I do.
What does that mean?
That means as a teacher, I'm required to notify CPS if I have any concerns of neglect or harm.
Right. And in this particular case, when we see those pictures of Athena that you had, is that what she looked like?
Yes.
Did she have any bruises or other injuries on her?
No,
back?
she did not.
No. Okay. And I didn't tell you this in the beginning, but she's taken all this stuff down. So when I ask a question,
Okay.
then you answer.
Okay.
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 I didn't mention that before.
Okay.
All right. So let's take you to that Wednesday. She's in your class, and anything go on that day that was unusual or out of the ordinary?
No, I mean, it was a typical, middle of the week. Like I have talked about before, it was, right before Christmas. So everything was a little bit chaotic. As teachers, we have to really make sure our classroom management is strong during that time. Athena, that particular day, she was talking a lot and, just being a kid. And so I did have to write her binder that afternoon just to let, parents know that she did have a little bit of a struggle that day.
So a little bit of a rough day for Athena that.
Yes, yes.
Let me show you, what we marked as States 3. Tell me what that is.
Yes, that is a writing that Athena did from the first week of school. We read a story about being a good listener, and then the students responded by how they can be a good listener.
And is there a picture on that?
Yes, there is.
And did you take that picture?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you create this for their class?
Yes.
Judge, we asked if it's States 3. We're starting.
We understand objections, hearsay, relevance, or prejudicial, probative, and due process.
Those objections are overruled. States 3 is admitted.
Ms. Thompson, when did you say that picture was taken?
That picture was taken on the first day of school.
And we know, when was her last day of school?
November 30th, 2022.
And you said she had a bit of a rough day, a little bit too much talking.
Yes,
Did you have to be a teacher?
I did.
And when you say you write in somebody's binder, for a first grader, is that a pretty big deal?
Yes, I mean, for the most part, yes, but just to let parents know kind of like what happened at school and, just kind of give them an idea of what's happening in the classroom.
When Athena left school that day, what time does school normally let out?
3:25.
And let me just ask you this. What did you say to Athena when she left for school that day, leaving school that day?
I gave her a hug and I told her, I love you and we will have a better day tomorrow.
Did you have it tomorrow?
I did not.
When's the next day back at school?
It would have been Thursday.
Athena's not in your class, is she?
She is not.
What about Friday?
She's not in my class.
And part of this is, I'm going to ask you, what was going on in your class? How did that affect your class for those 2 days with her?
It was very hard. A lot of kids, some knew that something was not right, but I mean, everyone knew she was not there. I was still having to count her absent. A lot of kids, you could tell their anxiety, like they were worried. They knew something was wrong. Her desk was empty. But it was a very hard 2 days in the classroom.
So now we roll to Saturday. You said that's when you found out.
I found out Friday evening.
Friday evening on the 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
Did she know?
Mm-hmm.
Let's move forward to Monday. You go back to school Monday?
Yes.
How do you go back to school on Monday after that?
Because I knew that the rest of my class needed their teacher. And they needed someone to love them and support them and help them walk through this.
So what's happening in the school that day, that Monday?
We have a crisis team, which includes local counselors within our district, people from local churches. They come in to talk and support kids. We read off a script of letting them know that their classmate is no longer there. We do activities to try to help them begin the grieving process. There's just a lot going on, like just trying to help kids cope and learn. Like this is a big thing for them at 6 and 7 years old to have to walk through. And so there's just a lot of counseling, guidance, and support that is happening.
And at this point,
You need to take a break. How much longer do you anticipate with this witness?
a little bit.
Okay. All right, let's take our morning break. We will we'll come back at 20 minutes to 11, okay? 15 minutes, all right? See you then. All right, 10:40, everybody. Thank you very much. Just follow this.
Okay. Just wait until right before we get started. Okay. Okay, right. We'll leave the sound down. Aaron, you're spicy, V. I'm done walking today. I am cream crackered. I need to have a shower. So what I'm going to do once they're back on break is to have a shower. I did, however, manage to do 14,088 steps today. So that is enough for me today. 14,088 steps today. That'll do me. I just need to have a shower now. I'm debating whether to take you into the shower with me or not. Do you want me to film it or not? Probably not, yeah. Thank you, Bex. So it is, look, the what that prosecutor said, he's gonna put everything in. Everything. But like we know, none of this can be weighed in any form by the jury. So in essence, like it's a fine line between just telling a story and pissing off the jury. Because if you go too deep into this, the jury know they can't use any of this stuff to deliberate. So you just got to be a little bit careful because you don't want the jury to think, what the fuck are we doing here? You know, you inspired me the lamb going to try to get this new steps. Oh, you're gonna get some steps. There you go. You use steps, tally whiteboard. Oh, I got a whiteboard. I have a whiteboard. I can't find. Oh, I don't know if I got any pens. I may have lost the pens. No photos. I don't think I got any pens. I have a board, but no pens. Thank you, Rhonda. We can pass on. There you go. Rhonda's spoken. No topless pictures of me in the shower. I don't blame you, Rhonda. Oh, I got it. I got one. Oh, now I can't wipe it off. That's the problem now. Oh, this is going to be a ball ache, right? Is there anything else I can use? Hang on, if I put some water on it, will that help? Look, put some water on it. Oh. So, oh shit, it's all over me now. Oh no, I'm spilling it all over myself. Oh shit, that was not a good idea. Let's wipe it quick. Oh no, there's something else lost. I got it. Hang on, let me take that off as well. I'm using my t-shirt. Hang on. We're getting there. That's good enough. There you go. Thanks, Marky. It's all good. We got Mexi. Mexi is a contingency. She's the admin in StreamYard. So when it all goes wrong, we can blame Mexi. Right, let's get. Well, I can't put today's down, so I didn't think about doing this challenge until my first day was 3,399. Second day was 4,159. Third day 10,595. Fourth day 6,427. Fifth day 10,687. Sixth day, which was yesterday, was 11,662. And today, well, I can't really put today on, but it's at least 14,000 today. And we have averaged 8,288 steps per day. Now, but as a reminder, day one shouldn't really count because I didn't do any walking. I only came up with this. So for those that don't know, I'm doing a 100-mile walking challenge for April. So day one, I didn't even start it. I didn't even know. Day two is when I started it. And then obviously day 3, 4, 5, 6, and today 7. So we have got an average of 8,288 steps so far, which is, hang on, I'll tell you now. It is 8,288 times 7. That's 58,000 steps. 58,000 steps so far. And we're aiming for about between 210 and 240. So once I add, 660. I'm on course for it. I am on course for it. Considering I didn't do anything on the first day, I think we're doing okay. We're doing okay. Now I've got sweaty earphones. Oh. So welcome everyone. I hope everyone's okay. Any new people in chat, say hello. We appreciate everyone's comments in the chat. Even if you don't agree with somebody, it's absolutely fine if you don't agree with somebody. Just, give your opinion. It's fine to have a disagreements with everybody. Hello, Toots. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Thank you. I will try and keep up the good work. Thank you very much. You don't have to agree with everyone. Some people here might think that it's a good thing that they're going through the history and stuff like that of Athena to make it personable. I think the people that are not happy with it, it's just like it's a waste of time because they can't consider it. So in some ways, you have to be a little bit, what's the word? Heartless, if that makes sense. So you have to be a little bit heartless. Thank you, Sherry Berry. Thank you, darling. I paused work. Bravo, you killing it. Thank you, darling. Yeah, so you have to be a little bit heartless in these trials where, you can see the heartless people here, Aaron Hack, Spacey Stacey, Hens and all them, Sarah P and everybody. But it's the way the jury are going to be as well. So Lily died another one. So, but the jury have been trained to not take any of this into consideration. So it's a little bit of a waste of time as well. Lady Di says, I think the only thing relevant, in my opinion, is she has bruises prior to the incident. Probably from falling down. Do you know what I mean? Who has decided this punishment, judge or jury? Hey, Terry. Jury, my darling, jury. And I'm sorry, I did see if when I'm on this, I can't type because I'm a guest. So, hippie chick, hippie, sorry to hear about your dog being put down today. T's and P's. Prayers with you and the family. Nice to see you, Terry. The jury 12 are going to be doing this. So essentially, they have 2 questions, and they have to be unanimous on both questions. It'll be interesting what comes in about his autism, because for one person that might be enough to say no, life in prison without, because you have to decide whether he does have autism or any other condition that prevents him from being in jail. Literally at all, first witness, fuck my life. I know, I agree. But I will also say this is one of the reasons why we don't have many people watching trials with us, which sucks a little bit for people. People have your opinions, say your fucking opinions. Do you know what I mean? Just because you don't agree with what Erin's saying or Lady Di and stuff like that, that's absolutely fine. You don't have to agree with them. Just fucking say, because some people might love this. I see so many, streams that it's just all one-sided about, it's going to be death and that's it. Well, sure, but you can, even if you wanted to see the death penalty, you can still, and even if you think this is disgusting, everything's happened, you can still weigh in and go, well, actually, this is not right. We shouldn't be doing this kind of testimony because it has no relevance. Or you might think, this is very relevant for various reasons. I think you would think that fucking great. Say it. Do you know what I mean? Don't be afraid to say your opinions. I'm only saying that because we just lost 20 people. So it might be to do with me, or it might be to do with the chat. I don't know. It's probably to do with me. But if it is, then piss off. I don't care anyway. Either one. Do you know what I mean? If you can't have an open mind for trials, then you should be watching trials. Simple as that, in my opinion. That's just me spouting. Erin's got my juices flowing, spicy, Scary that he was a FedEx driver. Well, he was, I'm not sure if he was a driver for anyone else as well, because he was, he was a contractor, so he could be driving multiple people. So yeah, I'm not blaming you one bit. Just to be very clear, I don't care. I'm just saying, if people do want to go against you, do it. People, do it. And it's the same way that I think mostly they left because of me, Erin Hack. So it's not about you whatsoever. If they do, let them leave. I mean, I'm not that bothered. It's just like, why do you want a one-sided view and stuff? I think it's good because I think we have people in this chat that go against the grain. Like what you're saying, Erin, goes against the grain. What Spacey Stacey and everyone, Lady Di, it goes against the grain. And people don't like that. I love that. What I'm trying to tell people is, if it goes against the grain and against your beliefs, then maybe open your mind and debate and say, don't stay silent, don't be a pussy. Bex has not smoked. How long have you not smoked for? Yes, challenge me. He's joking, people. How long have you not smoked for, Bex? 134 days, cold turkey. Go, girl. Go get it. I'm not. Look, I've been over 5 years now. 5 years cold turkey. I did a month of tabs. Mark, I always try and keep it up, son. I always try and keep it up. It's a bit harder as you go older, though. That's the only problem. I did a month of chewies, and then it just goes down from there. I mean, it's tough, It's tough. We'll see now, Terry. I don't know. We'll see. Allegedly, he may have, but we've not seen the evidence yet. Terry, to know. Lady Di, 1 hour. But I could tell you, right? It is super hard, and even to this day, I have plans where I want to have a cigarette or something, but I try not to. Do you know what I mean? I mean, you can imagine being here all day in the chat with all of you. I need, the temptation is real. Do you know what I mean? The temptation is real. There you go. Me and Rhonda are twins. Twins. I didn't vape either. So when I first tried to give up smoking, I went 8 months vaping, and I just went back smoking. So I think you have to do it. Like if you need something to help you for a month or two, fine. But then you just got to go cold turkey. You just got to go through the pain. That's why I stopped drinking as much. Do you know what I mean? Get fume. What you say? Get lube. Lady Dyson, get some lube. If it's no nicotine and has a fist thing on it. So the Dyson tells you to get some lube with a fist and has no nicotine on it. Oh, this judge likes to start on time. So right, okay. I'm gonna go for a shower then, people, because there's not much. Well, I'll leave it for a few minutes just in case. But yeah. But apparently this judge does like to start on time. So, and as I say, there's a few days this week or next week I can't be here for the whole time. So Bexy's going to take over.
All right, before we get started, Mr. Goble, there's something that you wanted to put in the record.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would like to object.
We have quiet in the court, please.
I would object to public items remaining on the screen after the witnesses make their comments on them. It's essentially just paying the jury and distracting them. I would just ask for a running objection to that.
Your objection is overruled. You may have a running objection.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, are we ready to resume? Lunch for the jury won't be here till about 12:30, so we'll work up to as close as we can to that time. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Y'all ready to resume?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go. All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed, Mr. State.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So when we left off, we were talking a little bit about your classroom that Monday and what's going on. And you talked about we had counselors there, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what was going on with the kids in your classroom that day?
They were very confused. As 6 and 7 year olds, they have a really hard time understanding the loss of a friend. We did a lot of grief groups. We read stories, just trying to help them start that grieving and healing process.
And in this particular situation, are they aware of what had happened to her?
Yes, they were.
So they know that she was taken against her will and murdered.
Yes,
And these kids are how old?
6 and 7.
Let's talk about you. You've been teaching how many years total now?
This is my 12th year.
And how does this affect you as a teacher?
When I look at my life and career, I have before Athena and I have after, and it looks very different.
How so?
Every day I hug my kids as they walk out the door and tell them that they love them. But now every day when I do that, and for the rest of my teaching career, I have to think about what if they do not come back tomorrow?
So we are now approaching 4 years out? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Is this still affecting those kids?
Yes.
How so?
There are several of those students who they are now in fourth grade, and there are several that are still having outside counselors. Several students that are afraid to sleep in their own bed, will not play in their front yard.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain.
Can't talk about things that you've been told by other people.
Yes.
Would you say this has had a big effect on these kids?
Yes.
Would you say that it's a lingering effect that's continued all the way to the fourth grade?
Yes.
Last thing I'm going to talk with you about here is tell me about the mailbox.
So when Athena passed, we wanted to do something for our students so they could learn how to grieve. And so we had a mailbox made that was placed outside of our classroom.
And let me stop you right there. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yes.
This mailbox.
Yes.
Who made this mailbox?
My husband and I did.
And was it only in your classroom? Where was it?
It was between two first grade classrooms in the hallway.
And when we say mailbox, I want to make sure I understand what we're talking about. Would this be a normal, like we would see mailbox?
Yes, on a stand, yes.
And was that your idea to have this mailbox?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you putting this mailbox or bringing it to the children? What was the purpose?
I wanted them to have the opportunity to write letters to Athena to help process.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Overruled.
To help process, and they would write, draw pictures, whatever they were feeling, and they would place in that mailbox.
And again, like I said, I'm not going to ask you what any of them said, so to speak. So you're saying the purpose was for these kids to be able to express themselves by writing or coloring and put in that mailbox.
Yes.
And so that mailbox, when did it arrive in the two first grade classrooms?
The day that we returned to school, so that Monday.
And did you get some letters in it?
A lot, from all grade levels.
So did the mailbox stay there or in your classroom? Where did it end up?
We eventually moved it inside the classroom, but it began to get too much for the kids. They would tell me when they saw that, it made them think of Athena and what happened to her. And so we had to remove it out of the classroom.
And so how long did this mailbox, was it a fixture in the school?
For the remainder of the year, we moved it up to the front office, and kids still continue to put things in there, but it was in a different location in the office.
How many letters do you think you got in that mailbox?
Oh, over 100.
And just a little bit of in the school before it let out?
Yes.
When we talk about you, you said that you've had some struggles as a teacher.
Yes.
Have you had any struggles as a person?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
I have been through hours of therapy, trying to heal from this. I have lost 2 other students back to back with this tragedy, but this has hit me the hardest. It has forever changed my life, forever changed how I teach my kids. One of the biggest moments of struggle for me was one day I had a little girl. She came out into the hall. This was about 3 months after everything. and she was crying. And she sat down and she said, "Miss Thompson, I really miss Athena, but I'm afraid that this is going to happen to me too." And at that moment, I did not know.
Say,
I
It
didn't,
affected your kids.
it did. It did. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Pass the witness.
cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming in today, Ms. Thompson. My name is Steve Goble. I'm with the attorneys for Tanner Porter. I just have a couple of quick questions. On that state's exhibit number 4, the journal entry,
Yes.
the date on the top of that was October 27, 2022.
Yes.
And what day did you say that was turned in?
I opened up her journal on December 2nd, and that was the day that I saw it. Yes.
So was that something they wrote in daily or weekly? Or?
It was weekly between like October and then December. We do a lot of writing outside of our journal, so that's why there was nothing in there after that.
And I think you, either today or previously, have described Athena as being very friendly,
Yes.
very kind of talkative.
Yes.
Was there a story too that she maybe had befriended a new student?
She had. Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We had a student that came in to our classroom, and he had some needs that needed to be met, and she opened her arms to him. She played with him on the playground. Like, she just had a big heart, and that's just who she was.
Thank you.
Yes.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Who do you have next?
Elizabeth Ashley Strand.
Elizabeth Strand.
Yeah, can we start from there?
Sure. Good morning. You would raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got.
Yes.
Okay, give me a lower your hand. There's a rule of evidence that's in effect, says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying what you have testified. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes.
All right. Whose witness is this? Mr. State.
Yes, Your Honor. You have a little of me today.
Okay.
Ma'am, your first name is Elizabeth. Is that the common spelling, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay. But you go by Ashley, is that right?
Yes.
And how do you spell Ashley?
ASHLEY.
And as it applies to this case, your last name is Strand?
Yes.
And I'm going to take you right to this. I want to take you back to November of 22. Okay?
Okay.
What was your address at that particular time in November of 2022?
268 County Road,
You
35.
need to speak up a little bit closer. Okay.
It's 268 County Road, 3573 in Paradise.
And just so you're aware, we want to make sure everybody can hear what you have to say. All
Yes.
right? You're kind of soft-spoken, so you may have to pull that microphone up to you a little bit. You don't have my voice.
Got it.
All right. Let me just get a little information about that address. Where is that address located?
Well, technically in Cottondale, but in Paradise.
Okay. Those are towns, right?
Yes,
Okay, what county are they
Wise County.
in? Okay. And so you said two towns. You said Paradise?
Yes,
And then you said Cottondale.
Cottondale.
Okay. And, okay, tell us just a little bit about Paradise as a town.
It's a very small town. Like one stoplight kind of town.
Okay.
You know, just a nice little quiet town.
What about, you said the town of Cottondale?
Yeah, it's inside of Paradise.
Okay. Is it bigger or
It's
smaller?
even smaller than Paradise is. I mean, there's tiniest little church ever out there, so.
Okay. So besides the tiniest little church ever,
Mhm.
that's the only thing that is in Cottondale.
I mean, you know, lots of nice, you know, little properties and just, you know, places for just.
Let me help you with that.
Mhm.
Is this small town country life is what you're telling me?
Yes, very much country life where, you know, you let your kids go play and ride four-wheelers and stuff and.
Um, Did I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit 5. Do you recognize that map and anything on that?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about how you recognize it and what is it?
That is the property that we lived on. That's the driveway. You gotta go all the way up. It's really far. And then there's the circle drive where you go. And
Let me ask you, do you recognize the road that takes you to County Road 3573?
yes,
And did you recognize County Road 3573 as being the road you testified about?
yes.
Judge, we asked to admit states 5.
Objection.
State's Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Can we publish that, please? Yes, sir. While the computer is doing its thing, let me ask you a little bit. What's the primary road that you are on to get to County Road 3573?
2123.
Okay, is this another county road or country road that's out there?
I mean, yeah, it's the main road that goes through Paradise.
Okay. Have a little ambiance. It's easier to see. Thank you, Judge. So on this map here, where is the 2123 on this map here that we're looking at on the board?
I mean, it's at the bottom.
Okay, so that road there that runs left and right across the bottom, that's 2123?
Yes,
And then where is County Road 3573 that you were talking about?
right up there where it says Almond Road, but it also says 3573 if you go a little further.
And is that the road that you lived on?
Yes,
And so as we go down that road, where is your property location on that road?
that first driveway that you can visibly see on the right-hand side.
On the right. So right there where Mr. Berry's put the arrow. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Right?
Yep, right there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Pat. All right, so let's talk just a little bit about your address. You said it's closest, I guess, a real town would be Paradise.
Yes, I mean, it's.
Despite the fact that it only has one stoplight, that's the
Yes.
closest town. Okay. And you've got your house on here where you were living at the time, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And let's talk about the driveway. Is it a straight through turnaround? What are we talking about here?
I mean, you gotta go all the way down and turn around, but you could just, you can see the circle where you go straight down, turn right around and head right out.
All right. And do you know how many hundred feet it is from the road to your turnaround there?
Oh, Lord, no.
All right. You don't have a concept on distance?
No.
Okay. So now this particular picture here, has the property changed a little bit since you were living out there?
Yes,
And is the road arrangement about the same as what it was before?
Yes.
Okay. And what's different?
Well, there used to be a trailer right across where you can see the carport
Uh-huh.
at the very end of the driveway. There used to be a trailer right there, right in
Okay.
front of that black roof right there.
We'll talk to you about that in a second. Now, on this particular property in 2022, was it just you living on the property? Who else lived there?
It was me and my daughter and Athena, and then my, at the time, about year and a half old, and Jacob.
I'm gonna get all these people right. So you and
Yes.
Jacob,
Me and Jacob.
were you married to Jacob at that time?
Yes.
You said you have a daughter.
Yes.
What's her name?
Alice.
And Athena.
Yes.
And you said you had a youngster.
Yes, your son.
How old was yours at the time?
She was about a year and a half.
Busy mom.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, on that piece of property, is it just y'all, y'all's family? When I say y'all's family, I mean your immediate family, or are there other people you're related to on the same property?
Yes, and then it's us right there, and then my sister-in-law and her husband are right down the hill.
Okay. And so on this piece of property, you have essentially, would you say 2 families?
Yes.
Your family with you, Jacob, Alice, Athena, little baby Ursa.
Yes.
And then on the same piece of property, you had your brother and sister-in-law, their family.
Yes.
And what about on that road? Are you familiar with your, let me strike that, Your Honor. On this particular road, can you describe 3573 for the jury?
I mean, it's a fairly decent sized cul-de-sac. You know, we all have our little group messenger on there, so we all know each other fairly decently.
When you say cul-de-sac,
Mhm.
we also call that a dead-end road.
Yes.
And so it looks here like you live about halfway down that road. Is that right?
Give or take, yes.
Okay. I think we've already established, we're not going to ask you about distances, okay?
Yes, thank you.
So, but are you fairly familiar with who your neighbors are and where they live?
Yes,
And let me ask you, do you know the Huffman family?
I do, yes.
And who are they?
Their kids are actually friends with my daughter.
And where do they live in relation to where you are on here?
At the very end of the Objection, cul-de-sac. relevance.
Sustained.
So this particular road, being that it's a dead-end road, does this have a lot of traffic on it?
No.
And we talked about your kids. Alice, is she older or younger than Athena?
She's older.
How old at the time back in 22 was Alice?
She was 10.
And Athena, how old was she back in 2022, November of 2022?
She was 7.
And you said a little Ursa was a year and a half, is that right?
Yes.
Of the kids, I'm assuming that Alice and Athena went to school. Where'd they go to school?
At Paradise.
And how did the 2 girls normally get to and from school?
The bus.
And let me take you back to November 30th, okay, of 2022.
Yes.
Anything unusual about that day up until the time the 2 girls go to school?
No, nothing.
They get picked up by the bus normally?
Yes.
Given that it's a 10 and a 7-year-old girl, were you able to get them on the bus at the appropriate time?
Yes.
Is that hard sometimes?
It's a little rough sometimes. You know how the little girls can be.
Okay. And let me ask you, what do you mean by that, about how little girls can be?
You know, they like to pick out their own clothes and do their own hair and, you know.
May not meet mom's approval.
Yeah. But you gotta let them choose their own things.
I'll show you a picture that's already been admitted. There we go. Thank you, Mr. King. Do you recognize the girl in Taste Exhibit 1?
Yes,
And who is that?
that's Athena.
And is that what she looked like back in November of 2022?
Yes.
And do you know, have information on when those pictures were taken?
About the weekend before, so 4 days before. November 30th.
So that particular picture, do you know who took that picture?
Her mom did.
And where was she when her mom took that picture?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know where those pictures were taken?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
How did Athena come to live with you guys in Cottondale?
Her mom was sick and she wanted to stay for the summer, so she came and stayed with us and then ended up staying for the school year.
So do you remember what month she first arrived?
In May
Of?
of 22.
Where does Athena's mom live?
She lives in Oklahoma.
So in this particular picture that we're talking about, is that where Athena was in Oklahoma when her mom took that picture?
Yes.
Now, she's been there with you since May of 2022.
Yes.
And when does school start?
In August.
And so did she start school with Alice?
Yes.
And what grade would she be in? What grade would Alice be in?
She was in first grade. Alice was in 5th grade, I believe. Or
Now,
4th grade.
we talked about when Athena moved with y'all from her mom's in Oklahoma. That was in May of 2022.
Yes.
How long have you been in Athena's life?
Oh goodness. Since 2017. So she was about a year and a half when I came around.
Okay. Now, we've seen a couple of pictures here in the courtroom of Athena. This one here.
Yes.
The red boat. Do you have a favorite picture of Athena?
Yes.
I'm not going to have you pull it out and show her anything, but can you describe that picture for us?
Yeah. She was very much an outdoorsy kid, and it's her. She's about 5 years old, and her and Alice had been playing outside in the mud all day long, and she comes up to me and she's holding this gross little worm in her hand. She is covered in mud. Like, I mean, head to toe, it's all over her face, and she's so excited to have this little worm. That's my favorite picture of her.
That's the one you go to. That's the one you remember.
Thanks.
Now, I'm going to take it to November 30th of 2022. Okay? If you need a glass of water or anything, it's right there. Okay? That's a Wednesday. And it's Athena and I must go to school normally that day. I think I already asked you.
Yes.
And do you remember any particular item of clothing that Athena was wearing now?
She was wearing some jeans with little red flowers on the pockets.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll show you what we've marked as States Exhibit 6. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are his pants.
Are those the ones that you just told us she was wearing on the day, November 30th, 2022?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with those?
I mean, because they're her pants. They're.
All right, let me ask you, do you recognize the size and the style?
Yes.
And do you recognize those as the one that she wore on that day?
Yes.
And are those, is that the same thing that you described to law enforcement that she was wearing on that day when she went missing?
Yes.
I see that states.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 6 is admitted.
We publish that back. So on the day that she went missing, November 30th of 2022, we talked a little bit about what she was wearing, and you remember that she was wearing these pants
Yes.
with the little flowers on the pocket. And that's what you told law enforcement.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about how we get to that point, okay? What time did the kids get home that day?
Around 4:20 is when the bus usually drops them off.
And was that normal for them to be home at that time?
Yes.
And so on that particular day, what's Alice up to that day?
She had to go down to my sister-in-law's because she needed help with her homework.
All right. And then what's Athena up to that day?
She was up at the house hanging out with me and the baby and doing her laundry and playing with her through the windows.
All right. And I'll ask this from the mom perspective. What's she supposed to be doing there?
She was supposed to be sorting her laundry.
All right. How was that working out?
Not very well.
Okay. And is that kind of to be expected?
Yes.
What are you, mom of a 1.5-year-old, what are you doing
I
during that time?
I was cooking dinner.
What's for dinner?
Trout.
Trout.
Yes, trout.
Just trout and nothing else?
Trout and couscous.
So mom and baby are cooking dinner. And during that time, Athena's supposed to be doing her laundry.
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary up until that point?
No, nothing.
Now, this piece of property that you're on, do you know how many acres it is total, you and the sister-in-law?
Me and the sister-in-law's 10.
And let me just ask you, was it commonplace for the kids to play and be out on the property in the country?
Very much, yes.
And I noticed on the map we had up there before, there looked to be a little pond on that, is that right?
Yes.
And so I'm just trying to get if it was normal for the kids to be outside in the country on the property.
Yes, of course.
So at this particular time, got you cooking dinner. What's Jacob up to?
He had left for a hunting trip.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit. So the kids got home, you said around 4:20.
Yes.
What time does Jacob leave to go on his hunting trip?
Oh, goodness.
Let me
I
ask it this
don't
way.
remember.
Did he leave before or after they got home from school?
After they got home from school.
So Jacob's headed hunting, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you said after he left at some point. Do you remember when he left?
I do not remember what time he left.
And so we're sometime after the kids get home from school at 4:20.
Yes.
What time did you expect to have dinner ready for the kids?
Around 6:30 is, about dinner time every night.
Okay. And so I asked you earlier a little bit about the kids on your property. What kinds of things did Alice and Athena do on your property on that 10 acres?
Oh, goodness. I mean, they would play and run around outside. They had their favorite tree that they would go to. They would run back and forth up and down the hill to their aunt's house to go play with her boys. Just being kids in the country.
At some point, when did you discover that Athena wasn't where you expected her to be?
It was whenever dinner was done and I was gonna go get her in the color.
So tell us a little bit about
between dinner being done and you looking for Athena? What would happen in that little short time span?
I went to get her. I saw that she wasn't in her room sorting her clothes. And so I, looked around, couldn't find her. I called Heather to see if she had gone down to her house. She said that she hadn't gone down to her house.
Let me stop you. Let me ask you a couple of short questions here. Is Heather your sister-in-law?
Yes.
Is that the other house that you pointed out to us?
Yes.
So it wouldn't have been unusual for Athena and Alice to go over to the sister-in-law's?
No, not at all.
Was she at the sister-in-law's house?
No.
It's always technology. Back and running again. Was it unusual for her, like you said, they had a favorite tree, is that right?
Yes.
What was it about this tree that they played on?
I don't even know. It is, guess the best tree there, and it was right in front of where the trailer was, and they had all their toys around it all the time, and
That's just where they chose to play.
yes,
And so you checked with your sister-in-law,
yes,
and Athena wasn't there.
yes,
And you checked the tree where they might be, she wasn't there.
yes,
Did you basically just check your entire property?
Yes.
See if she was there?
yes,
Was she there?
no.
So once you kind of figure that out, what is your next steps when she's not where you think she is?
And I called the police.
And do you remember what agency came out?
Decatur.
Let me ask you. We have multiple agencies in Wise County. We have the sheriff's office, we have police departments, game wardens, people, highway patrol. Okay. Do you remember which of those agencies came out and talked to you?
The police department, I believe.
Okay. And at this time, when they get there on property, what are you and the family doing at that time?
Looking.
When you say looking, are you just like looking places or whatever?
No, we are everywhere, all over the property looking for her.
Okay. And at this point in time, right then, when you're just looking for, and the police arrive, what are you kind of thinking is going on right at that time?
I thought maybe she was just hiding somewhere.
Okay. Just being
Playing hide and seek. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We heard from Ms. Thompson how she was a little.
Objection, Your Honor, to informing the witness what another witness may have said.
Sustained.
What kind of kid was Athena on your property out there in Cottondale?
She was wild. She loved living out there. Loved the freedom of, being a kid. Getting to just run wild and free on some land.
I think at some point you might call that being a little feral.
Feral, yes. I've used that word.
Right. Okay. So we're at the point to where everybody's out there, we're looking for her, we're not finding her. You thinking that it's, she's gonna find her someplace. Right?
Yes.
All right. When did it start to sink in that she was actually missing and not just playing hide and seek?
When nobody could find her. But the biggest one was when we were all huddled in a circle and the helicopters were flying over us and nobody could find her.
So at some point, it wasn't just the one person from the police that came out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So on that particular day, on November 30th, what we're talking about here, how many, when you said we had helicopters in the air, how many other police do you think showed up just on that day looking for
I can't even tell you, there were so many, or probably 50 or more people there.
And let me just ask you, how many days did this search go on?
3.
Now, let me just ask you, during your initial search, you said what you were out there looking for. Did you notice anything unusual or out of place on your property?
Yes,
And what was that?
the box.
And we'll talk, let me just ask you, when we say the box, let me ask you, what do you mean when you say the box?
It's a Walmart box.
And can you describe it?
It's a cardboard box with blue on it.
And do you know why that box would have been out on your property that day?
Because I had bought her Barbies for Christmas. And they were supposed to get delivered.
So you're talking about this particular box. Let me. Actually, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 8, 9, and 10. Let me ask you about these out here. Okay. I'm going to show you States Exhibits 8 and 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Okay. And what is that?
that's the box that got delivered that day.
Okay. And whose address is on that box?
Our address.
Is that the 268 address?
Yes,
And who's the person's name that's on that box?
that's my name.
And do you know who delivered that box according to it?
FedEx delivered it.
Okay. And so this box, as you see it in these two pictures, is that what it looked like on the day that you saw it at your house?
Yes,
Okay. And is that what it looked like when you spotted it when you were out searching?
yes.
Let me show you States Exhibit 10. Do you recognize this picture and this what's in it?
Yes.
Can you tell us what's in this picture in States 10?
That's the front of where the trailer was.
Okay. And we talked about this trailer. Was this someplace that y'all were inhabiting, or what was the status?
No, we were not living in it.
All right. So this was an abandoned.
Yes, abandoned trailer.
Okay. That was just on the property.
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit. We talked about some of the roads. Do you recognize the road and driveway in this particular case?
Yes.
He's back here. Judge, we'd ask to admit States 8, 9, and 10.
No objection.
States Exhibits 8, 9, and 10 are admitted.
You give me 8.
I'm sorry, yes.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Good. See what the numbers are on. Ask me about those.
Okay.
So this exhibit we're showing you here, is this what you were talking about before? It has your address on it
Yes.
and your name on it?
Yes.
And this is the blue box that you were talking about?
Yes.
The one that FedEx delivered?
Yes.
And were you somehow tracking whether or not this was delivered or not?
Yes.
It arrived at your house.
Yes.
Let me show you the. Yeah, I'm going to show you States 10. When we see this over here on the right, is that the same box that we're talking about?
Yes.
And I see what appears to be a little porch or something on that. Is that right?
Yes.
And is this part of that abandoned dwelling that was on that property?
Yes.
Now, I see a lot, I see a lot of police cars parked there. Is that kind of what it looked like when they were looking for her?
Yes,
Now, we mentioned before that we have the circle drive on
Yes.
that map. Is that right?
yes.
And so is this part of that driveway? where
The,
cops-
the
cops
main,
are parked?
the main driveway was right here, where you see the archway right there. It
Right.
just circled right past that. That's a little bit,
Well, is
but it's
that-
all connected.
Is this your driveway?
Yes, this is our driveway.
And that's where you found that box?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about that box. What did you say that you ordered in that box?
Barbies.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are all you can be Barbies.
All right. And do you recognize that that is what you ordered?
Yes.
And who were those for?
Those were for Athena.
And do you believe this to be the same Barbies that were inside that box?
Yes.
That were delivered on that day, November 3rd?
Yes.
Judge, we'd have to submit State 7.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 7 is admitted.
Actually, let me ask you, why do you order those Barbies?
These specific Barbies, I mean, because it came with so many of them, she could get, 6 Barbies all at once.
Okay. And what was the name on those Barbies?
They were career Barbies.
Who were those for?
They were for Athena,
For just a present or for some other occasion?
for a Christmas present.
Christmas. And that's what was delivered to you on that day?
Yes.
Now, some folks have a regular driver that they may recognize that delivers UPS, FedEx, Amazon. Okay? Do you recognize Tanner Horner as your driver?
No.
Did you ever seen him before
No.
that day?
No.
Ever?
No.
Now, Athena went missing on a Wednesday. What day was it of the week when they found her?
It was Friday.
And at some point, I'm assuming you were informed that she was deceased. Is that right?
Yes.
Who informed you?
I believe it was the sheriff. It's a blur.
Do you remember where you were?
At the Cottondale Church.
And who were you with when you found out she was deceased?
I was with Jacob and Maitland.
So Jacob, your husband,
Yes.
and I didn't ask you, is that Athena's mom?
Yes.
Okay, Maitland?
Yes.
And y'all were there in the church together?
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit about Athena on that particular day. You had seen her for an hour or so before she went missing, right?
Yes.
At any point in time, did she have any injuries on her whatsoever?
No.
Did she have any bruises on her face?
No.
Did she have any bruises you were aware of on her body?
No.
Did she have any unusual markings, scratches, or anything else on her body?
No.
So the last time you saw her, would that be what she looked like in the picture we showed you earlier?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you.
State's Exhibit 12. You recognize the child in that picture?
Yes,
And who is that child in the picture?
that's Athena.
Does she look the same as she did when you last saw her November 3rd?
Yes,
Let me show you State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize, let me ask you first, do you recognize the background and the location where that's taken?
yes,
And where is that?
that's on the property 268.
Is that where we also see Exhibit 10, the
Yeah.
driveway?
Yes,
Would that be where the police cars were parked?
yes,
And do you recognize that as being your driveway?
yes,
And do you recognize the person that's in that picture?
yes,
Now, will you agree with me that picture is a little fuzzy?
yes,
Who's the person in that picture?
that's Athena.
Now, how do you know that that's Athena?
Because I know my child. That's her hair, and it's just, little stick girl right there with her long legs.
All right. So you estimate States 11 and 12.
No objections.
State's Exhibits 11 and 12 are admitted.
Let's see, 11. This is on your property?
Yes,
Notice, what does that appear to be on the other side of Athena in this picture?
the driveway and a water hose.
And when we talk about this, we saw a picture of where that box was.
Yes,
Is that box close or far away from where this picture's taken?
it's pretty close.
Okay. All right. And so that's Athena in that picture.
Yes,
Let me show you State's Exhibit 12. Yes. 12. This is what you testified before. That's Athena in that picture.
yes.
Do you recognize what pants she's wearing?
She's wearing the pants that I described.
Hold up that other picture. Let me ask you a question about it. Would you? Do you have the other picture?
This
of the
one?
pants? No, the pants.
The pants. Yes.
There it is. State's Exhibit number 6. Do those look like the same pants or similar pants to what she's wearing?
Yes,
And is this what she looked like the last time we saw her?
yes,
Now, let me just ask you, would she have had any reason to be inside of what appears to be a van or truck at that time?
no,
Your Honor, speculation.
Or
Would she have had any reason to be in a truck with that individual that's depicted in that picture?
no,
Did you give her permission to be in that truck?
no,
Did you give her permission to be taking a ride with that individual in that picture?
no,
So we find her, you get told on that Friday that she's deceased.
yes.
What's your reaction when you find out that Athena's no longer with us?
I lost it. I just don't know how you're gonna react to something like that.
Since that time,
Mhm.
how has this affected you since that time?
I mean, a lot. It's affected me. It's affected my marriage. It affected my children.
Let's talk about that. You still married to Jacob?
No.
You think Athena being kidnapped and murdered played a role in that?
Yes.
You said it affected your children.
Hmm.
Let's talk about Alice.
Okay.
missing affect the house?
I mean, she lost her sister in the most horrific way. Even if a delivery driver just drives down the driveway, she's outside, she runs and hides. It's affected her school. It's affected her friends. It's affected just her in general. She has nightmares.
About her sister?
Yes.
How old's Alice now?
She's 14.
It's still affecting her?
Yes.
When was Athena's funeral?
December 6th. That whole time frame is. I've tried to just not think about anything like that.
You can think about it.
I try not to.
Let's talk about you. How's this affected you as a person?
I'm not the same. I don't trust anybody. You can't. You're just not okay after something like that. Even my 5-year-old says stuff.
Still scared?
Yes.
That's what you're.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Sean, I know we approached from that.
Yes.
I have some exhibits that we had a printing snafu, and all I have the black and whites. If admitted, what we would like to do is get them printed on regular in color. I'd like to display them in color, but I did not go in to see them beforehand. I've already shown them to the state.
State of Jackson.
Wait, so you're gonna admit them in black and white, and then you want to display them in color?
Yes.
Because they appear on the computer in color.
Correct. And then we would like to swap out the black and white for the color because we're getting them reprinted.
Okay, so what we can do is we can have what are they marked as?
They're not marked in the defense 1 through 5.
Okay, so what we can do.
Your Honor, can't approach the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Strand, I want to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 1 through 5. If you take a look at those, please.
Yes.
And do you recognize defense exhibits number 1 through 5?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
The property?
And this is the property that you were living on at the time of Athena's disappearance?
Yes.
Defense offers defense exhibits 1 through 5.
Have you shown them to the
Yes.
state?
I will show them again.
That objection's not relevant, Your Honor. Okay. The objection is overruled and defense exhibits 1 through 5 are admitted.
And Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, we had a printing issue, so the state's or defense exhibits number 1 through 5 that I've shown Ms. Strand and that she has identified are in black and white. However, we do have the originals in color that we would like to publish to the jury.
That's fine. When you get ready to substitute, we can make sure the record is clear as to the new exhibits.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having technical difficulties.
Take your time. Mr. Goble, I think the power cord may have come loose just to be on the safe side.
Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your own business, you fucking nosy bitch.
Ms. Strand, what do you recognize defense exhibit 1 to be?
That's the abandoned trailer.
In this photo, on the right-hand side, about halfway down, is that where the box was left?
Yes.
And on defense exhibit number 2, what is this?
That is also the abandoned trailer.
And this is, were people living in the trailer at the time?
No,
Where were they living?
there's a house in the back that we were living in.
And is that the house that y'all were renovating?
Yes.
Defense exhibit number 3, what is that?
The dog pen in the pool,
Okay. And this is still on the property?
still the same property.
Defense exhibit number 4, what do you recognize this to be?
Still the property, it's the outdoor shower.
Was there running water in the house?
Yes.
Were there, why an outdoor shower?
Well, we were in transition, trying to get it just finished and ready, and that's,
And lastly, defense exhibit number 5, what do you recognize this to be?
That's the girls' room.
Can you see the girls' room from the main house?
Yes.
And can you see the girls' room from the kitchen where you were preparing dinner?
If you peek through the window, yes.
From the kitchen where you were preparing dinner, would you have been able to see the delivery truck drive up?
No.
On that day, or let me back up. These photos are an accurate representation of your property on that day?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
None further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Your Honor, would you consider a quick break?
Okay. Give us about 10 minutes and we'll call you right back in. Your lunch should be here about 12:30, so we're gonna work up until that point, okay? 10 minutes, everybody, 5 till 12.
Yeah.
Push through it.
What happened? Have they gone on break or something? Lunch, okay. I'll just keep in the background just in case. Am I too loud, am I? Yeah, 10 minutes. Lunch for 10 minutes. That's weird. On StreamYard, I can't. Oh, maybe I can. Okay, I've lowered my volume. How's that? Oh, food's been delivered in 10 minutes.
Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your own business, you fucking nosy bitch.
I'll just leave it out there, SRP, to explain. So I was able to turn the volume down. I'll leave that there. I watched the openings, and that's about it. I watched the openings, and I'll admit, I went for a shower. Then I went and I soaked my feet in salt water to make them, clean. I bandaged my foot, and yeah, that's the kind of stuff I've done. Then obviously been in and out. Timmer sent me that video, by the way. So people asking where I got the video from. Timmer sent it to me. He saw the nosy bitch one, so he thought, he was like, "Yeah, I'm all over that." Mexi, stop it! I just sent Mexi a message. She's ignoring me. You're worse than Sarah P now. So blisters, Robin G, blisters. One start peeling away, so I need to blister it. Did you shampoo your hair? I did. I conditioned it, so I have a specialist. So I'm going to have to shave my hair again. So for those that don't know, I have a very red scalp. I'm allergic to some stuff, so I got apple vinegar in my shampoo, and then I have to wait 3 minutes, take it out, Then I go put conditioner in and then rub it, and yeah. So I might have to shave it again to make it lower. There you go. Now you're back in the good books, Maxie. Right. What did you want? Lady Di wanted me to see something Discord. Hang on then. Right, hang on. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Also, Bex, Bad Daz has shared something in the Facebook group for you to look at. Right, you're going to have to tell me where, because I don't know where it's at. Acknowledge it. I don't know where she posted it. I have no idea where she's posted it. No idea where she's posted it. Oh, I got it. I got it. Hang on then. I don't do Discord. That's the problem, you see. I don't do Discord. So that's why it takes me a lot longer. Erin Hakaka. Olay. Oh, that's nice. That's good. And look at all the eggs. Oshka. Oshka. I used to have notifications on. Now I don't. I was like, fuck. It's just too much. Do you know what I mean? I'm awful. That's nice, Erin Hack. That's a good job, Erin. Who is that? That is Erin Hack. Right, it was. And this as well. This as well. Welcome to the alternate corner where we talk about Easter during a trial. Well, are those like grapes? They're ducks or they're rabbits? I can't tell if they're ducks or rabbits. Dr. Pepper Sweet Peep Swamp. I don't know what the first one I got it. This one I don't understand it. I don't quite understand that one. Red jelly beans and edible grass. Oh, okay. Duck swamp. There you go. That's what it was. Duck swamp. So you are. Anything else? You know. Hang on then. Oh, Badaza's right. Let me show you this. Badaza posted this. Just because Bex has not got a clue what's going on, which is not a surprise, really, is it? You know. So, right. Let me get everybody. Yeah. Rock your body. Right. Okay. So here you go, Bex, because I know you're too lazy to go and watch yourself. Here we go. Let me share this then. This is Badaza posted this on Facebook. So just to show you, obviously, where everything is. So Badaza lives around here. around here, I would say. I can't see properly, but I'd say where the red is there, roughly around there he lives. I obviously live down here. Then you got James, when he comes in the chat, he lives up here somewhere. You got Northern Ireland here, and this is where you got, I should draw it, shouldn't I? So Republic of Ireland will be around here. Dublin is there. This is where Sassmas lives. This is roughly where Bad Daza lives. This is where I live. I used to live here as well. And I used to live roughly around here as well. And I used to live there as well. And I think James lives somewhere around here somewhere. And yeah, this is Republic, because that's the border. This is the UK. This is the part of the UK. This is independent. This is all independent. So you could fly in if you want. You can go Scotland if you want. You can go down here somewhere. You know, you can go up there on the ferries and stuff. You can fly in. And you could even, you know, so you can catch a ferry to go there from Dublin, and you end up in Fishguard or Pembroke there, or you can go down here to the north southeast, or you can take it up to here to France as well. So yeah. Yeah. I didn't actually draw a penis to start off with. I saw it, I was like, okay. As soon as I put the edge in, I was like, okay. I didn't mean to do it, actually. So Mexi is correct. I didn't mean to do it. You know, I obviously did eventually mean to do it. This I meant to do. So yeah. So that's roughly where we are. I'm trying to think, who else we got here? I know some of you live down this way. Some of you live up this way. They're not watching right now. But yeah, literally, Sassmas lives around here somewhere. It does now, yeah. And now I did deliberately. I wasn't, when I started to draw it, it's literally, Jonathan, I'll tell you when I started to think about it, was when I did that, I had no intentions. And then I did Ireland, and then I was like, oh, shit. Now we're talking. Do you know what I mean? That was at the time that I thought, okay, now we know. So I didn't mean to do it. Like, I wasn't deliberately setting out to do it, is what I'm saying. Anyway, right. Where did Harry live before he was stolen by the Queen? I don't know. I've never watched Harry Potter. So I don't know anything about Harry Potter. I do know that where's London? London is roughly around here, right? And in there is the thing about Harry, where this thing about he goes through a wall or something. Is that Harry Potter? So when I go to London, I catch a train that goes through here and takes me over there. Then you got Heathrow Airport there, you got Gatwick Airport there, you got Luton Airport here, and you've got the other one here somewhere. That is a sperm. Do you know what, Mexi? You and me, where minds are like, because as soon as I drew it, I was like, oh, that's a sperm. They are listening. Who's that? Oh, so you're talking about Harry? Oh, sorry. What? So. Oh, sorry. You're talking about Prince Harry. Sorry. Right, and now I got you. I thought you were talking about Harry Potter. Sorry. So Buckingham Palace is roughly in there somewhere. He lived in one of those places there. So, literally, Mexitexi is in my brain. Right. This is why I don't like to be on stream, because you're all taking the piss out of me. I was trying to be nice. Right, let me... hang on then. Tell you what. In UK. Ba, 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 ba. Right, let me show. Oh, shut up, will you, motherfucker? Right, let me do this for you, then, Erin Hack. I will show you exactly what's going on. Dee 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 dee. Bye bye bye, Delilah. Da, 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 da. Bear with me, people. Those of you that like the royal family, you'll enjoy this. Bye bye bye, Delilah. Da, 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 da. Home me home. Ba 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 da, ba. Forgive me, Delilah, but I couldn't do any more. Right. I got it. I got it. Yeah, baby, I got it. You're my fire, my desire. Yes, I got it. I got it. I got it. Do, 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 do. Screen, not that one. Don't share that one with the people. Is this the one? Maybe. No, it can't be the one. Hang on. Okay, I got it. Okay, so this is the UK, and this is where we have all of the kings, you know, thingy-majiggies. This is what the royal family own, basically. So you will see this is London, and you will see here that you have Kensington Palace, where some of the royal residents live. You have got Clarence House in London. You have got St. James's Palace, and you have got Buckingham Palace, all in there. So a lot of the royals lived in Kensington Palace. I believe Prince William and Harry and everyone lived there, but I'm not 100% sure where they live now. You got Windsor outside of London, where you got Frogmore House, and you have these Windsor Castle. You have the Royal Lodge, and you have the Welsh Cottage, apparently. I did not know that. So I think Prince Andrew will be, is he not in the lodge somewhere? Is he not like Windsor? Or is he, right, hang on. Sandringham House is down here. Anma House is there. This is Llwyn y Wermod is in Llandyfri. That's about 45 minutes away from me. So, from my house. But they no longer own it, apparently. Bagshot, all this. Right, let's have a look. See where Prince Andrew is now then. Hang on then. Residence. Oh, the ex-Prince Andrew. He's just moved out, hasn't he? Ah, okay, so it is. It is. So he was staying here in the Royal Lodge in one of these parts he was staying at. But he's been made to move out. And he's supposed to go into Sandringham. He wanted to move into Sandringham House. Let's have a look here. So he's supposed to be going into. He's staying in Wood Farm. But he's supposed to go somewhere else. Marsh Farm. So where's Marsh Farm then? So he used to live in Sandringham House. Then he moved to the Royal Lodge, and now he's supposed to live outside of there, about a few miles from there. So I don't know. Then in Scotland, you have Palace of wherever in Edinburgh there. Balmoral Castle, obviously, is the most famous one there. That's where the Queen liked to be. So yeah, there you go. That's a bit of education for you all. The Parliaments have more power than the President. The Parliament has a lot of power. So, well, don't even talk to me about But as a prison would be good for Randy Andy. Beck says you don't like it needs to be called the Shire or something. What time's court back? What time are they coming back? Do they say? What time are they? Because there is no division. The branches combined or not combined. Palm has more power because there's no division. I have no idea. I just googled it. Yeah. Trucker. Just Google it. I'm over here. So you said the Baghdadza doesn't like to be called the Shire. My birthday, they're supposed to, I don't know what they're supposed to decide, but that's my birthday. 420. 420 is my birthday. Did you get my coffee? Oh, shit. Hang on. Rhonda, no. Hang on. Maybe I did. Hang on. I need to check it. I've not checked it. I've been back and forward. Hang on. Let me just check, Rhonda. Here we go. Hang on. Where did you send that, Rhonda? Because I didn't get a notification, which is weird. Here we go. Rhonda Hink 69 says, good job on your steps to line. Keep it up. Thank you. I always try and keep it up. Oh, maybe it hasn't come through yet. Thank you, though, for letting me know, because I've not had a notification, Rhonda. I usually get a notification, but I didn't get one this time. I don't know why, but I didn't get one. No, nothing. He'll come. Oh, just got it now. Just got it now. Rhonda. And I got a BBC one as well. Big black. No. Right. Delaney is a whale. Yes, I'm a whale. I'm trying to lose weight though. Thank you again to you, Rhonda, for that. If anyone wants to send me coffee, now's your time because I got it up. So I'll you know, if it comes through, let me refresh it a couple of times just in case somebody is very kindly sending me coffee. Not yet. I said in a whale. I know you've probably been. I've been in a whale a few times. Hey, at least UK's tried to get some sort of justice for the. Well, I mean, they're looking into it. There's nothing yet, though. To be fair, nothing yet. My beagle is a dipshit and sticks a nose right. Okay. What time are we back in court, people? That's what my question was. Refresh the second time. Want to make sure using you guys. No, it's absolutely fine. I prefer when people tell me that they send me a coffee so I can thank them in real time because sometimes it doesn't come through straight away for me. I would have hated to go offline and not said thank you on stream. That's twice. Last time, last refresh. You mofos. That's it. No one. Thank you, Rhonda. You're still my favorite now for the coffee. So yeah. No one, everyone else is in the bad books, Rhonda, except for you. So, right, let's take that down. Now, is no one going to tell me anything about this stream? Do I have to go back and actually listen to see when lunch break is over so I know when to start the other stream? What do you want a job to when you just do yourself, they say, you know, so. I'm joking, by the way. I don't actually give a, I don't care. It's just more of a take the piss out of everybody. Right. Is that one? No, 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 there's no limit. Dun. Badaza, what did you tell me? I've bloody told you 3 times that I don't see a chat. Either they don't come through to StreamYard. They haven't come through to StreamYard. I've not seen them. What is it? I'll keep. Oh, hang on. I'll go to the other one. My other chat. I could actually put it in as live chat. So on StreamYard, I don't get the option for top chat or live chat. Let me have a look. Channel activity for Badaza today. Nothing for Badaza. There's nothing here to say. Nothing Badaza. Nothing from Badaza. There is something. He said they would work till lunch at 12:30. Yes. But they went early. Right. No, you just confused me now, Badaza. I did acknowledge that one. He said 10 minutes lunch was at 12:30. They would work till then. But whatever they back was I need to get rid of some of these tabs. I've got too many tabs open. Hang on. I need to get rid of these tabs. Oh shit! They're back. I thought they were off for lunch. Oh, fuck. I thought they were back off for lunch. They've been back for 20 minutes. Oh, this is where I was confused. I thought I asked, are they gone for lunch? Yeah. Fucking hell.
Okay. One other quick thing to do is whenever, like right now, turn the camera away. Whenever my jury's coming in and out.
All right, have order, please. Everyone may be seated. Yeah. All right, the defense has requested some testimony outside the presence of the jury with this next witness, when the witness has been sworn. So state may proceed. Or what, you have, okay, let me, what are we doing?
Your Honor, the state had shown us some exhibits yesterday that they anticipate Sheriff Aiken will be testifying about.
Okay.
And rather than taking him on voir dire in front of the jury, since the jury was out, we can go ahead and basically do our voir dire on those photos now.
Okay, so the defense is satisfied as to what exhibits the state wants to introduce through this witness. You just want to ask him some questions.
Correct.
Okay, all right, Ms. Anderson, now I know what you're going. Okay, go ahead.
I will need the exhibits from the state.
Here's all of them.
Okay.
I think they're only addressing the first set.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's right. Y'all might need to change it. I don't need it for this purpose, but the state may need it for their direction. Okay, but we need to take this one down. And first, the witness.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And we don't leave the lights off, it's just. Perfect. Sheriff Aiken, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Sheriff Aiken, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 13 through 21, and ask that you take a look at those for a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you take any of these photos?
I did not.
Do you know who did take them?
I think some of those may have come from a video.
Did you take that video?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did take that video?
I do.
And who took that video?
The defendant.
The defendant took the video?
That's what I'm thinking. It was in the vehicle that he was driving.
So this came from the camera that was on the truck?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not saying that Tanner Horner took the video
Well,
himself?
he was driving the vehicle that had the camera.
Did you prepare these documents?
I did not.
Did you take the still shots?
I did not.
Other than looking at these photos, do you have any knowledge about their origins, creation, anything like that?
Well,
all the images, I remember those days and those times, and the things that are going on there. So that's the way it was that day.
Were you in the truck?
I was not in the truck.
So these are not based upon your perceptions, are they? They're based upon what was filmed by someone else.
Well, it's my perception as well because I was there. And so I do see exactly what was going on that day. So I recognize the accuracy of those images.
Okay, so who is that in State's
Oh
Exhibit
my
number
goodness,
21?
I can't tell who that is. I think I know. That may be one of my deputies.
Maybe one of them?
Maybe, but
And-
it's really kind of foggy or fuzzy there. I can't tell, but that's our marked unit there. And we had these toilets there as well.
What
So I
time of day was
remember-
this taken?
I don't know for sure. I think probably it's maybe morning time. And I would think probably it's on the day of December 1st, I would think.
On State's Exhibit number 20, what time of day was that taken?
Well, it's probably about the same time, looking at the clouds and the light, probably about the same time.
State's Exhibit number 18?
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
identify anybody in that?
I recognize the vehicles. And we had so many people there helping. So I recognize those vehicles and how difficult it was to get up and down that road because of all the people who were coming there to help.
And what time of day was that taken?
I think that's probably about the same time. Again, looking at the clouds and the light.
State's Exhibit number 19? Do you recognize anybody in that? And can you identify the people? in it?
Well, there is an entrance there to Athena's house, and those are some volunteers who had come to help. And I really can't tell at that distance exactly who they are, but there are people who came to help.
And you didn't take this picture either?
No, ma'am.
And what time of day would this occur?
This is going to be about the same time as that one. because
But you don't know for sure, do you? You're just guessing?
No, I'm not really guessing. I think that's based on some knowledge there that's probably about the same time.
And you
It's
said,
coming from a moving truck.
so you said probably at the same time, but before you said you didn't know what time that was.
Well, I don't, but I know it's about the same time of day.
Okay. Whose car is that in State's Exhibit number
Well,
17?
that's one of my deputies'
Do you know which
cars.
deputy?
No,
One at a time, everybody. One at a time.
I don't.
Okay. In State's Exhibit number 16, whose vehicles are those?
Those are the vehicles of the people who came to help us.
And what time of day was this one taken?
Again, it's about the same time.
And
Again, I would say mid-morning probably on the 1st
Okay.
of December.
State's Exhibit number 15.
Yes,
Which
ma'am.
property is that?
Obviously, it's a T.R. Murphy ranch, and I know that's out on 2123. It's not too far from the entrance that goes on 3573, where the Athena's house was. So this is on the farm to market road.
Do you know who owns that property?
I do not know.
State's Exhibit number 14. Again, you didn't take that photo?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
And you didn't prepare that photo?
No, ma'am.
If that photo was taken from a vehicle and the video on the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did not have access to that video, did you?
No, I've just seen the video.
And you weren't on the truck when the video was taken?
No.
Okay. Whose vehicles are those?
Well, again, that's that same deputy's vehicle that's parked there that you showed me just a minute ago. And these are probably some of the same people who came to help us that day.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 13. Whose vehicles are those?
Those are more good citizens of Wise County who came to help us find Athena.
And again, you didn't take this photo either?
No, ma'am.
It didn't prepare the document or the exhibit?
No, ma'am.
Who prepared State's Exhibits number 13 through 21 for you?
I don't know.
So you don't know whose hands they went through?
No, I just remember that's accurate. That's the way it was that day.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions?
Sheriff, do you recognize each and every one of those about the scene in each and every one of those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize it as the scene as it occurred on December 1st during the search for Athena?
Yes, sir.
And whether or not you took the picture, do you recognize the road going in?
I do.
Do you recognize the location of Athena's home and entrance on that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recognize the entrance to 3573?
Yes, sir.
And how did you come to be with have that knowledge?
Because I've seen the video from the truck.
And during that time, were you out there at any of that time?
Yes, I was for most of the time.
And are these an accurate depiction of the scene as it occurred on December 1st, 2022, when you were out there?
Yes, sir.
So regardless of whoever took these, you can testify that that was the scene at that time on that day.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Ms. Anderson,
I have nothing further, Your Honor, but I do have argument.
I'm ready to hear
Your Honor, yes, see if that was. We had a lot of probablys. It probably was at this time, it probably was on this date. Mr. or Sheriff Aiken is not testifying from what he knows, but what he was given by someone else. He said that he was out of the scene, but he couldn't identify the cars, couldn't identify the people. He didn't prepare these. So the only thing that he can testify to is that this is what he saw on a video. He can't testify that that he was on the scene when this occurred. He cannot testify he was on the scene when any of these occurred. And so whether or not this, we would concede that this represents what happened when these photos were taken, but Sheriff Aiken cannot testify that these are accurate when he was out of the scene, because he wasn't there when these were taken.
those objections are overruled. You have a running objection throughout this testimony in regard to states, if they offer states exhibits 13 through 21 in the presence of the jury. Both sides ready for the jury?
Ready for the jury, Your Honor.
Y'all ready, defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, calls for speculation. Unintelligible. I don't understand.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long. Josie and Merv Turf, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staten.
Thank you. Sir, would you state your name for the jury, please?
Lane Aiken.
And when were you the sheriff of Wise County?
I was sheriff in Wise County from 2016 through December 31st, 2024 at 4:30 p.m.
Sheriff, could you check, see if that microphone's turned on for me? Okay.
Where's it?
Everybody say.
Ole, 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 ole. Erin ha, ole. Erin ha, ole. Let's go, Erin ha, ole. Erin ha, ole.
I went to school with Amy.
Then you should be good with the engineering aspect.
I was not an engineer. You're gonna have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, you have your marching orders now. Lane, were you sheriff back in November of 2022?
Yes, sir, I was.
To refer for these questions, I'm going to refer to you as sheriff. You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
So during this time before you were the sheriff of Wise County in 2016, were you also in law enforcement at some point in your career?
Yes, my career in law enforcement started in 1974.
And so from 1974 till you retired in the end of 2024.
Yes, sir.
You maintained a peace officer license in Texas?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to fast forward you here a little bit. And at some point, were you promoted and made a Texas Ranger?
Yes, sir. That
When
was
that?
that was in 1987 at November 13th, 1987.
Notice you remember that day.
Yes, it was cold.
Right. And at that point, how long did you serve the state of Texas as a Texas Ranger?
It was 16 years as a Texas Ranger, 16 and a half.
And did you retire at some point from being a Ranger?
In 2003.
Now, during your career, and just so we know a little bit about your experiences, did you have any big cases that you handled being a Ranger?
Yes, sir. There were several.
And if I remember correctly, were you not at the Branch Davidian compound in Waco,
Objection, Your
Texas?
Honor, relevance.
Sustain. Hang on just a minute, we got the microphone. Excuse me, sir.
Good.
Yes.
And during your time as a Ranger, did you ever have a chance to have any training experience in missing persons?
Yes, sir, we did.
And so when you started being sheriff in 2016, did you go directly from being a Ranger to being a sheriff? I noticed there's a gap in the middle. What were you doing in that gap?
Well, there was a part of my career that I was an enforcement captain for the sheriff's office, but I also worked for AT&T for 10 years on and off. But during that time, I was also a reserve for the Rangers as well as for the sheriff's office.
So you got back to being a sheriff back in 2016.
Yes, sir.
All right, and let's just talk just a little small amount about missing persons. In your time as the sheriff in Wise County, did you ever have a chance to be a part of any investigations where a child had gone missing?
Yes, sir. We've done that several times, and even so when I was a highway patrolman and as a Texas Ranger.
And based on your training experience, what's the most likely scenario when a child is gone missing for a short amount of time?
Well, that child's going to be at home, close to home, under the house, under a bed, just any number of things. It's always, most always, it was some good news that we find that child.
And did that happen from time to time in Wise County as well?
Yes.
And then if the child is not found soon, in a short amount of time, what's the most likely result of that?
Well, anytime we have a situation where a child is missing, we spend a lot of time right there with the family looking, and we've got a lot of folks who come and help, especially with now that we have the internet that can bring people together to look for these folks. So usually we spend a lot of time with the parents and the family. But as time goes on, you realize, because it starts out, you're doing the search. The search is right here. Everybody's focused on searching. But then as time goes on, we're not finding that child, especially if it's cold outside, any other difficulties there are. So the investigation starts right here, down here. And as time goes on, that investigation increases, because you know that we've got a problem, because this child is lost or is missing. And it is the worst thing that you would think might happen, but that someone has taken that child.
So I'm going to take you back to November of 2022. When did you first hear the name Athena Strand?
That was probably about 7:00 on the night of November 30th.
All right. And as sheriff of Wise County, is that where Athena went missing in the Cottondale Paradise area, is that covered by the sheriff's office at that time?
Yes, sir.
And we have other places in the county, cities and other things that will be covered by police departments. But this was covered by the sheriff's office.
Yes, it's the rural part of Wise County.
And so at 7 p.m., you hear about Athena Strand. What does the sheriff do as an initial response at this time?
Well, I was on my way back from Austin, and my intent was to stay over in Llano, because I was thinking it was the same thing, just a missing child, going to find her under the bed, in the closet, playing with a friend. So I kept contact with the not DPS, but Sheriff's Office dispatch. And when I found out that she hadn't been found within a 2-hour span, then I drove from Llano back to Wise County.
And during the entirety of this investigation, were you pretty much on scene during all of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And I want to give the jury a picture, Judge Matt.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you some maps here, states exhibits 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. Yes, sir. You recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And can you give the jury a general idea? What are we looking at here?
These are the photographs regarding the mapping and the roadways right close to 3573 in that area of Cottondale.
All right. Now, are you familiar with this area during your time as sheriff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you believe these maps accurately represent the surrounding roads and cities, towns, and things in that area?
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And is this the area in which Athena Strand went missing?
It is.
Judge, we'd have to ask her the next 24 through 23, excuse me, through 27.
No objection.
States exhibits 23 through 27 are admitted.
Sheriff, I'm not going to get too deep into this. We've got a little information already. Let me show you 23.
Yes, sir.
And can you just give us an idea in from where we are right here today in the courthouse, where Cottondale Paradise is in reference to where we are in Tarrant County?
Well, it's northwest of here, probably by road. I would think it's about 30, 35 miles from here to there.
In this area that we're talking about, Cottondale Paradise, is that urban or rural?
That's rural.
Okay. So would I be right to assume it's Post Oaks and Mesquites?
Yes, and Cedar.
Cedar, okay. Now, on this particular location here, as we go between the towns of Cottondale and Paradise, what's the primary road that one would use to go between Cottondale and Paradise?
2123.
Okay. And is that a farm to market or a county road?
It's a farm to market.
Okay. And let me show you. Do you see that road on this map here, Sheriff?
Yes, sir, I think I do.
Okay. Is that the road going east and west there, the main road?
2123?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And just to fast forward a little bit, is Athena Strand's residence off of 2123?
Yes, sir, just to the north.
Okay. And do you know what county road that's on?
3573.
All right. And let me ask you a few questions about the scene on 3573. Was that part of your job to coordinate and set up the search for Athena Strand?
Yes, sir, it was it being sheriff. Basically, the sheriff is in charge, but we bring in folks from so many other agencies to help us in that search.
So let me ask you, let me just start from the very beginning. Once that she is not found in a short time period, what assets do you as the sheriff bring to bear to help find her at that time?
Well, the sheriff's office responded. Of course, we called in the Texas Rangers because we find that it's important that we use all the agencies that we can. We have the game wardens that were there, and they're always great. Fort Worth PD, they sent a helicopter or two. We also had some drones that came in from Denton County. And Highway Patrol, we had many of them there, as well as the voluntary fire departments. So we're bringing all the first responders that we can find. We're bringing them to help us find this child.
All right. And now it sounds like what you're talking about, most of those are sworn personnel, is what you described.
Yes.
Was there anybody else assisting in this search besides just the sworn personnel?
I'll never forget the morning of December 1st. Citizens came from all parts of Wise County to help us find that child. And we put them to work with our deputies, with our investigators, with the game wardens. It was shoulder to shoulder. We had what we estimated was about 300 citizens, and they brought their four-wheelers. Some brought horses, some brought dogs. It was I appreciate the fact that so many people came out there to help us that day.
So we have all these people out there. We have a mixture of sworn personnel, we have a mixture of citizens out helping.
Yes, sir.
And were you on that scene frequently?
Yes.
And on that particular scene, where was kind of the gathering area for that on that scene?
At first, it was right at the gate for Athena's house where she was living. But as time went on, we moved it over to Cottondale to the firehouse there, the volunteer fire department.
Let's stay focused on 3573 here for a minute.
Okay.
Are you familiar with where, what the scene looked like at that time?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with where you had your own sheriff's assets placed at that time?
Yes, sir.
And then up and down the road, are you familiar with what it looked like on that December 1st that you just talked about.
Yes.
And if we were to look down this road, if we were to go back to December 1st and look down this road, what would we see as we were driving in to Athena's road?
We would be seeing those citizens in their vehicles that I was just talking about.
And will we also see any sworn personnel or those types of vehicles?
There are some, but really we were overshadowed by the number of citizens who came to help.
Do you have a number of how many citizens you believe were out there helping?
Well, we had the EMC helping us, emergency guy, Cody Powell, and he numbered 300.
These are just citizens?
Yes.
In addition to your law?
Those who actually registered, because some came on without registering. So 300.
So let me just go through here, and I want to show you some pictures here, so we'll get a little bit of an idea of the scene. I'm going to show you, Judge, if I may. States 13 through 21. And I think you've looked at these before, but can you give us an idea of generally what we're seeing in those pictures?
Yes, sir. These look like that's the route on 2123 turning into 3573, and looking at it, it looks like it's the morning of December 1st, 2022. And what we see are the vehicles of so many citizens who came and helped. And you see from time to time a marked unit of ours at the sheriff's office, as well as from other agencies. And we see the search people. There's some organized searchers, all the way to the end of that road that went to a cul-de-sac. And that's pretty much it.
All right. And do you recognize those pictures as being descriptive of what you saw on that day, December 1st, 2022?
Yes, sir, I do.
State's Exhibits 13 through 21.
Do you have any objections other than those previously made known to the court?
No, Your Honor, no further objections.
All right, those objections remain overruled. State's Exhibits 13 through 21 are admitted.
Sheriff, I'm just gonna, you said there were some things about marked units.
Yes.
Is that what we see here in State 17?
Yes, that's the unit of one of our Wise County deputies.
Okay. And is that the entrance to 3573?
Yes, sir, from 2123.
Let me show you 18 and 19. Let me just stop you right there. Do you recognize this as what you were talking about earlier?
Yes, that's the entrance to the Strand home, and that's where we kind of set up our command post.
And is that what you were describing to me as the people out there helping?
Yes.
And are these the vehicles that you're talking about here as well?
Yes, sir, they are.
And I notice on States 21 here, is this the same entrance to Athena's house?
I think that is probably just a little bit beyond that, but it's close.
Okay. And I noticed what appears to be porta potties out here.
Mhm.
Is this was required for the amount of people that you had?
It was, and those were donated, people to help.
So this search is ongoing, from November 30th. This is on the 1st.
Yes, sir.
When does the search end?
It never ended.
Well, let me ask you. At some point, were we able to locate Athena Strand's body?
We were, yes, sir.
And at that point, did the sheriff's search for her as a missing person end?
Yes, sir. At that point, that's when the search for Athena stopped.
Now, as part of the search and what's going on, did you approve and put out a missing persons bulletin through the Texas Fusion Center?
There was one, and I approved it.
Let me show you what's marked. The state's 22. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that what we just talked about,
Yeah.
being in the missing persons
Yes,
report
sir.
that you approved?
Yes.
And what types of things that are usually contained in a missing persons bulletin?
Well, it's when last seen, what she was wearing, and what she looks like, age, pictures if possible. And I think that other than that, then locations.
All right. And this would this be something that went out to law enforcement or to everybody?
That went out to law enforcement originally.
And do you recognize this as what you approved?
Yes, sir.
Legal Officer State's Exhibit 22.
Your Honor, we'd object. It's hearsay and it's not covered by the exception of 803(8)(c). It was created by law enforcement, for law enforcement, and we would object under hearsay.
That objection's overruled. State's Exhibit 22 is admitted. 22, correct, Mr. State?
22, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And so that goes out to law enforcement. Are you aware of how it goes out? Is it electronic? Is there a bulletin? How does it go out?
It was an information bulletin that was sent out from Austin to all the agencies in Texas, and generally the states that are adjacent to Texas.
So as the sun sets, if you will, on December 1st, have we located Athena's body as the sun sets on December 1st?
We had not.
And I think you mentioned before, the search continues and all the assets are still in play at that time.
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that you involved the Texas Rangers,
Yes, sir.
your old employer.
Yes, sir.
And who was the lead ranger working on this case?
Job Espinoza.
When we say Job, is that like the Book of Job?
Yes, J-O-B.
And then you said there was some assets from the FBI as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then I think you also said that you had game wardens and a host of others.
Yes.
Now, while law enforcement and your people and all these assets are actively searching, what else is the sheriff's office and law enforcement doing to locate Athena Strand?
We were still staying, it was just right there around that area. We were looking hard. We started looking at all the waterways in and around where we were right there in Cottondale. We were using still aircraft as well as the drones that helped, and they were remarkable. But as hard as we were looking, we weren't finding her.
And at this point, are y'all investigating and looking into the thought that this may have been some form of abduction and not a missing child?
Well, at that point, it seems like it had come down to searching. We're still searching, but we don't have as many people focused on that as we do have people focusing on the investigation. So it's about half and half. And as time goes on, the investigation scale goes higher.
Right. So at some point, it transitions to a criminal investigation versus a missing person.
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, who was working the criminal leads and the criminal investigation at that time while the rest of the assets were searched?
We had the FBI were there, and they were helping tremendously with their digital evidence that they were able to bring forth, as well as the Texas Rangers and our investigators from the Wise County Sheriff's Office working hand in hand as we looked and trying to find what happened. Where is Athena? So we got to the point that we just slowed down the investigation, not the investigation, but the search. And we just really moved up on the investigation.
And what kinds of things are you looking for when you're now transitioning this for potentially a missing person to some form of criminal investigation?
Well, an investigation, it takes a while, but we had some information that came in, and it gave us a different direction. And I'll give the credit for the Rangers who recognized that there was a package that was delivered, and that we should be aware that driver pulled in there about the same time that she went missing.
All right. And so that's what we would call a different kind of a lead, if you will.
Yes.
And who was primarily working that lead of that investigation?
That would have been a couple of my investigators, as well as Job, and also the FBI people were involved in that as well.
So let's move to, like I said, the sun is set on December 1st.
Mm-hmm.
The sun rises on December 2nd. And you mentioned that we located a package that was delivered.
Yes.
And that the Ranger and FBI are working on that.
Yes.
So when the sun rises, what is the Sheriff's Office still doing now? We're on day 3 of the search.
The investigation is picking up and moving more quickly, trying to find as much information as we can. We set up a new command post at the firefight, the FD, right there in Cottondale. FBI brought in a big truck in their RV, actually. We started looking at things, and we had a meeting on that morning. And that meeting was in the Baptist church there in Cottondale. So there were, I don't know, probably 30, 35 investigators, as well as some of the deputies who were there as we were looking at all the leads that we had. FBI, Texas Rangers, and all of our people, as well as other agencies who were coming in there helping us with that. And we had new direction, more so than we had before, and we felt as though we're going to be able to get this thing solved on that day.
All right. So let me ask you, who was able to locate Tanner Horner as the operator of the FedEx vehicle that day?
I know that Job, Ranger Espinoza, I know that he was.
Your Honor, I'll object to anything that Ranger Espinoza said.
You did not testify to anything that anybody told you, Sheriff, but you may testify as to who was there.
Yes, so it was the FBI and the Texas Rangers, as well as some of our investigations, tracked that down and found out who that driver was.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is hearsay.
Overruled.
So once you track down the driver, and that driver being Tanner Horner, to your knowledge, what goes on once they locate him as the driver?
That, I really think that I probably need to leave that to Joe, because I know it was falling in place quickly. And we were back we had another press conference at the sheriff's office when all of that fell in place. And I learned of it after the press conference.
So for things that involve that lead, that FedEx driver lead, Tanner Horner, that was Joe, the FBI, and your investigators.
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk to them. All right. So at some point, when did you first learn that Athena's body had been located?
We knew that he had been taken into custody And we knew that they were moving to try to locate Athena. And I think it was probably right around 7:30 or 8 that night that it was verified.
And let me just ask you, where was her body finally located?
In the Trinity River, Bobo Crossing. It's right off of FM 51 back to the east, probably about 400 yards off of Farm to Market Road on a county road, underneath, well, next to the bridge there.
And about how far from what you referenced in these pictures here that we admitted, is it from Athena's house where she was abducted to Bobo Crossing where she was dumped?
When you look at it just as a crow flies, it's about 6 miles, but in driving it, I think it's somewhere around 12 or 13 miles.
And she was in the Trinity River?
Yes, sir.
So at this point in time, we've now located her body in the Trinity River. Do we have some form of CSI or body recovery team going on at that time?
Yes, we did. We had CSI from the sheriff's office as well as the FBI working hand in hand.
So let's fast forward a little bit. That group gets her body recovered from the water. What is the role of the sheriff and the sheriff's office going forward once we've recovered the body?
My main focus at that time was the family. They were all at the Cottondale Baptist Church, and we had the media. They were just around everywhere, and they were shouting at me from across the parking lots, and we weren't ready to talk to because our focus was the family.
Right. And I'm assuming at some point when you say the family, were you the one who notified the family?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that was on Friday afternoon, is that right, Sheriff?
It was Friday evening, I think, more so.
And, I mean, for those of us who've not done that, what does a sheriff tell a family?
Well, so we felt like we knew where she was, but we weren't sure. And so we got the family into that church, and there was a room off to the side away from the assembly hall. And so I went in with them and told them that it's not looking good, but we're not sure. So I asked them to give me about 30 minutes and I would come back. That I could bring the truth back to them and what the findings were. So I went with the SAC from FBI. I went down to Bobo Crossing and that bridge. And we both went down to the river and that allowed me the opportunity to tell them exactly what was true. It's something it's really hard to do, but my focus was that family. I wanted them to know before any of the media. I wanted them to know, and so that gave me the opportunity to go back and have that second meeting with the family. And it was heartbreaking. And they were just devastated. I don't know, there were probably 8 or 10 members of the family in there, and it was a Sunday school classroom. And I wish I could have done something to make it better, because we were hoping right to the last minute, we were hoping that she was alive and well. But what the information I brought back was not what they wanted to hear.
We're gonna stop right now, so that we can, take care of the jury, and we will start back up at 1:45. Everybody, 1:45. Thank you.
There you go. Now the lunch break happens. So we were 20 minutes behind. Now we're back to live now, which is good. Obviously, I've got the afternoon stream all set up ready. So we're going to Zoom over there. I'll start that early because they're coming back in like, or do I? Yeah, I'm doing it. Sarah Peace told me to do it. Right, fine. So if you do get lost, that's where we're going to be. We'll be there. I'll start it up straight away. There's not much time until lunch anyway. So see you over there in 5, 4, 3,